Howdy there, everybody. What's going on with y'all? Not quite the top of the morning here for me, but top of the morning to you as well. Alright guys, let me go grab a couple of people. In fact, let's go get Sven here. Alright guys, we are going to grab Sven and whoever Sven's opponent is. I think it's Random Cuban. Which is very cool. Get rid of all this shenanigans. I was looking at computer parts. It's time for me to upgrade. It's been a little bit of a long while since I've done it. So I was just looking around at things, getting a little distracted before stream. Locking in here. Sven is actually playing Nurgle, which is going to be very interesting to see. I've seen Sven playing quite a few different factions, and has been very well skilled with some fairly aggressive play styles. Nurgle is a little in your face. I mean, it's a little odd right now with the Chaos factions and just how mobility and kite heavy the meta is. Nurgle has actually been doing okay, just because, of course, they do have Marauder Horsemen and the Soul Grinders and stuff like that. But Fury's also pretty good, and I don't really know what else the other super strong Nurgle stuff is currently. This might actually be a pretty good opportunity to get an eye on it all. I wouldn't imagine it's too terribly different from the past. I know that the Chaos Sorcerer Lord got nerfed a little bit. But nothing too terrible. Random Cubans on Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos are always a good option. They fluctuate up and down in the win rates over time. Just depending on who's picking them up and putting them down. I don't understand the password. What password? There is no password. Anyways. A lot of what Warriors of Chaos do is lean back on Archeon. Always a good option. I do personally feel like Kolek is a decent option in a couple of matchups. This is actually one where I think Kolek would be really strong, because he would absolutely body Tamarkon. Any Kugath sightings, Kugath against Kolek, actually a pretty favorable matchup for Kolek for the most part. If you can just hit and run Kugath, you can easily chip him down with the weapon strength, the magic damage that you've got, all that AP. Plus the crazy buffs that Kolek throws down on himself. I would generally advise bringing him with all of his items and abilities. So Thorill's also pretty good. There's a lot of things you can do with the Warriors of Chaos. They're a very flexible faction, which is great. Definitely one that maybe I should go back and look at again. I used to play Warriors of Chaos pretty often, but I moved on to learning some other factions. I just haven't come back around to them in a while. But it could be a fun little project. Actually kind of curious what the current win rate for the Warriors is, because they were doing pretty well, but I think they've dropped down. Yeah, a little bit. Khorne has risen a bunch though. Khorne was actually in like the bottom of the win rates recently. At the start of the season, Khorne was like down here, like in the absolute pits. The Chaos Demons have actually dropped a bunch. Chaos Demons were up in the top 4. But, you know, things change a lot, but one thing that stayed pretty consistent is the win rates are all pretty even across the factions. You know, you don't have a crazy skewed distribution like you did last season, where you had 3 factions above 60%. Even here, it's really not that terrible. It's just that those 3 factions were genuinely this dominant. I mean, Slaanesh was literally borderline broken. This is their win rate, even with Pavane being banned for most of the season. Vampire Counselor's got a ton of play. Beastmen, just really damn good, period. Past seasons, you had some stuff. It's the last time we've had a faction below 40%, actually. Really. That's pretty awesome. That's, what, 6 months? Yeah, 6 months since there's been factions under half-decent win rate. Or not 6 months. How long has it been? 5. Yeah, 5 thereabouts. What's the most whacked out win rate for a faction that's actually representative? Probably this one. Wood Elves at 65% is crazy business. It's a little unrepresentative. This is probably about when Kislev got the big nerf to their Patriarch healing. Because the Kislev Patriarchs used to have an item that gave a perpetual heal around them. It was super crazy, and you would just see, like, bear monster mashes all the time on Kislev back in the day. It's probably the same issue going on there. It's kind of cool to have the little time capsule ability to go back. This is not that many games. That's pretty unrepresentative. Ogre Kingdoms are in a pretty good place nowadays. Seasons used to be a lot shorter, weren't they? That's nuts. No matter how you slice it. Even though it's only 53 games, I mean, 85% is nasty business. Some of these are... That's crit. 9-0 against Nurgle. 9-1 against Vampire Counts. Lizardmen. Slaanesh was even more broken on release. It is so crazy how much the balance has changed. I feel like these early seasons are kind of bored. Oh, because they all started fairly close to one another. Oh, okay. It's kind of cool. Seasons just last a lot longer, and there's more people hosting games too, right? In Total Tavern launch, there weren't nearly as many people running tournaments on a regular basis as there are now, which is really cool to see, the increase. I love the multiplayer. Borderline. Look, I mean, I meant borderline in the sense that with as few games being played as there were, that just seemed kind of ridiculous. I mean, 85% win rate is just gnarly. So, oh, we do have the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. So, Crown of Everlasting Conquest used to be a little bit better. 0.2 instead of 0.15. Now there's the Fire Weakness, same as, like, Regeneration. It's slightly better regen still, at least. You got Curse of the Leper, Miasma Pestilence, Noxbringer, always a pretty good option into the Chaos factions, just because the Noxbringer shreds Marauder Horsemen, but no Marauder Horsemen over here. Random Cuban is rocking Kolek, a Death Sorcerer with Purple Son of Xerius, and you've got the Summoners of Rage with their Chain Lightning that's bound to them, and another unit of Dragon Ogres, so going really heavy into the anti-large. Although I will say Dragon Ogres really aren't that bad at charging down infantry, especially light infantry. Like, these Marauders will get dumpstered by a few good cycle charges from Dragon Ogres. Festering Stooges are going to have to use their AP missiles here to try and keep those guys at bay. Because Nurgle's other options are pretty limited. You're not going to be able to send the Chaos Sorcerer in against the Dragon Ogres. Noxbringer is going to be a little risky too. It's going to be like the Horsemen and just blobs of infantry trying to keep Sven alive here, I think. Random Cubans advancing up, and hopefully what Random is going to do is just consolidate on the 3 and the 2 here. And if the Nurgle forces want to approach and actually grapple with the infantry of Random Cuban, then you kind of pull back, draw these slow, like, Stooges and the Plague Bearers up onto the points and let them get settled, and then just try and rotate away from them, or find isolations to, like, charge them down. Definitely want to play for time. Don't want to leave the Nurgle to get early caps though. This is a little too cautious, I would say. Definitely get up to the number 3, because Sven is going hellbent to try and get into position and take ground now, since is playing a fairly slow faction. Like I said, Nurgle does have speedy options, but definitely fall behind the curve a little bit. Keep it from the foe. In terms of positioning, if they don't get ground early. Which is generally why you see a lot of the Marauder Horsemen from Nurgle typically grab like 2 points early, and then just hold them as long as possible while all these slow infantry make their way forward. Early shot from the Noxbringer, missing pretty horribly. I mean, 2 dead Marauders. I guess it's something. You know, go harvest those bodies for all their disgusting ichors after all of this is said and done. Kolek charges up into Plague Bears, not really the best place for him. There are 2 throwing axes and the Noxbringer here. Oh, and you get Curse of the Leper going down on the Plague Bearers. I don't know what kind of damage that's really going to do to Kolek. Lord of the Storm actually walloping the Noxbringer there, which is kind of cool. It is just like Uranans. It does actually do a lot of good damage in a fairly small strike area. And you can see it hammered the Noxbringer for about 600 HP there. Dragon Ogres pretty deep in here. Getting nailed by the throwing axes right now. 3 of those on the field for Sven, and they are doing a great job of just hounding these heavy monstrous units for Random Cuban right now. Oh my god, and brutal damage going down from the Festering Stooges from afar. Summoners of Rage melting a little bit there, losing about 1500 HP under 1 sustained volley from these guys. 345 value on them. Nurgle Marauders being broken up here, a little bit of damage on the Stooges, and they get another beautiful throw in here. And they've got 1 more volley. They should take these Summoners down to about 4000 HP, I would guess. A little bit more. 4300, but they're so beat up now. Summoners of Rage cost 1950 gold. They are an investment and a half. Watching them get shot to pieces like that by these very elite plague bearers, pretty ugly sight. But the values are fairly even. But the reason I'm a little bit worried here is these dragon ogres just looking so beleaguered right now. They don't have anything to fight either. They can't catch the Marauder Horsemen. They can't kill all of the infantry. There's just so many bodies for Nurgle. Random Cuban's build, I think, was maybe tuned a little bit more for something like a Tamarcon, like, elite Lord Rush build. Which isn't a stupidly popular playstyle for Nurgle right now. I've got to give some style points here to Random. I think it might have been just a little too deep on the Dragon Ogres. Kolek I love here. Kolek has actually done fairly well, too. He's got about 1,200 value, 1,400 now. As opposed to the Dragon Ogres, which were a lot less efficient, both units of them. He's actually able to hold his own here in this game. A part of that is that the Horsemen haven't been able to get him too much, but I think you go Kolek and then a bunch of Marauder Horsemen, and you just use your Marauder Horsemen to skirmish with the Nurgle throwing axes. Then Kolek can be just as independent as he was this game, but without downtrading nearly as horribly in the mobility as Random has so far. It's not over. There is still a decent amount of play left here. Missing these purple suns has been pretty painful. This one does get a little damage on one of the throwing axes and melts a few routing pestigores. Nothing too impressive, though, and these Forsaken out in the open field just getting absolutely hammered by the throwing axes, man. 1,000 value here, 899, 728. That's brutal value. And they're going to get unsummoned, so they're going to go back in the pool, replenish their ammo, and give supplies back. So how much are you going to get for this slightly beat up one? 400? About 300, ain't bad at all. And then with as many supplies as you've got here, if I were Sven, I would be thinking about saving up and bringing out a Plague Ogre, if you've got it, because Kolek is still running around and causing problems. I mean, he may be a little beat up, but he's still got 5,400 HP. He can definitely hammer the Rot Knights. Aeson the Fallen, running around with his Mortis engines, is doing a little bit of work. He could stay alive, and if Kolek and Aeson are able to rally together and these Rot Knights go down, this could be where perhaps Random Cuban's able to start getting some momentum back. Now that you've got Marauder Horsemen out on the field, you do have ways of chipping down some of these enemy units that are on the field, because Nurgle is going to have a lot of trouble closing ground on you now. I mean, they're still waiting for their Horsemen to come back out, but a beautiful, beautiful cast of Miasma, and then just catching Kolek in the midst of these Rot Knights now. Might be the opportunity that Sven needed to close this game out. You can see Kolek kind of melting under this pressure here. 2,400 value out of him. It's pretty nice to see. Aeson has about 1,100 himself. And the Sorcerer's with 1,000 here. It's not bad at all. It's really just been the infantry and the Dragon Ogres that have been really inefficient for Random. And the Festering Stooges have been an absolute nightmare to get rid of. They have held the line so well here for Sven. Very impressive performance from them. They just melted out the elite, the ROR Dragon Ogre. They've been fighting on this middle point, or this number 3 point, for quite a while now. They're just tanky because of the Gloom. Gives them melee defense and causes terror. As well as the Festering Gate, which increases their HP and then replenishes dead combatants too. Which is very important because it totally uncaps their healing. Normally, units with passive heals aren't able to regenerate any fallen entities, which limits their heal potential, but these guys are essentially unlimited until they hit the actual cap they have. Another really good Purple Son of Xerius. They've been a lot better than I'm giving them credit for, I think. It actually has 1,600 value. That is crazy. 134 kills isn't bad. I mean, he hit the Pestigors and the Forsaken there. And did help clean up the Rot Knights as well. Rot Knights, though, with 2,200 before they go down. 1,700 gold unit. Not going to be complaining too much about uptrading like that. Kolek is sitting there at about 3,000, but just not going to be able to carry this one. Not healthy enough. Perhaps if you do a Nurgle caster instead of the Death caster, because the damage was good, but was it enough to really swing this game? I'm just not 100% certain on. I think Kolek, like, surgically removing stuff like the Noxbringer and going after the Chaos Lord, and just pummeling up on any Rot Knights that come out would be infinitely more valuable over the course of an entire game. I do really appreciate that Random Cuban is not going down without a fight here. Sven is just continuing to reinforce the field and is playing off of two objectives very well. In the late game here, Random did counter push up top with a couple of Marauders. Sven just kind of let Random take it while he consolidated on the low ground here. And this is your opportunity, now that you've killed these two Marauders as they pull themselves out of position by necessity, that you can just go back and take this and, you know, get a little bit of a flex going as you round out the game with a triple cap. Pestigor's pulling back, but, you know, the Horsemasters and the Horsemen of Throwing Axes of Khorne really aren't going to be able to do a whole lot here. They could tag team out here on the open field. But getting up on the point's kind of fruitless, I would say. You just don't have much of a path onto it, right? Like, you've got multiple infantry units just, like, chasing all of your stuff around. These Pestigors could come out here and screen. Or you could just send the Throwing Axes of Nurgle over there and be just fine. Rot Knights actually rallied, coming back for a little bit more. 7 models. You can see they're capped for the current number that they've got in the unit. If their regeneration allowed entities to come back, then of course they could heal up to the 4,900, but not going to be able to. Festering Stooges, what are they looking at? God, man. Almost 1,900, beautiful Purple Sun. Just another excellent cast. This one probably the most impactful so far this game, breaking up a massive position of infantry. Coming a little too late in the game, though, obviously. Sven has done a really good job of counter-pushing the number 1 while holding on with the remains of his army on the 2 and the 3. See the Marauders and the Forsaken moving up to the number 2. These Forsaken back here cleaning up a few remnants, and the Pestigors tangling with them. Just a very relentless demonic advance here for the Plague God. It was just fantastically done taking down the monstrous units. Kolek was a little bit hard to wrangle, but there wasn't really anything that could scrap with him too well. Just melting down these two Dragon Ogre units was where the real money was at. Once they went down and there just wasn't enough support for Aeson to Mortis Engine everything, that was kind of GG. If you're not going to contest your opponent's horsemen, the least you can do is hold your advance up. You know, cap your 1 point, hold your advance up until Aeson gets there, and just have like an overwhelming number of targets for the horsemen to have to deal with. And just bum rush individual Nurgle positions and units, just to nuke them off the map. I mean, kill them as quickly as possible. And then develop out your skirmish cap, I guess. Very cool build. Wasn't quite able to get it done against Sven's very, very well played, I would say slightly more traditional Nurgle army. Nurgle is very good at doing the infantry waves, just because there's so much health on all of their units. Even breaking down basic Nurgle Marauders is, what, 10,200 HP or whatever? Yeah. Seriously beefy units. And Plague Bearers are close to 11, right? Maybe they are. Oh my god, 11,600 HP. That is gross, dude. And this is on a good unit, too. Plague Bearers are really tanky. They are not easy to handle. They've already got good stats, but when Cloud of Flies activates and they get that extra 9 melee defense, they become a roadblock that's very hard to contend with. You have to hit and run pretty hard against the Nurgle front lines. Yeah, for real. Sven won the game, but Random Cuban definitely had the goods. Slamesh is still sus. No good players on them anymore. Everyone is playing Chowie. Well, Chowie are just really strong and also really fun. I would say the Chorfs are like the perfect blend of the best of both worlds, honestly. They're not really my cup of tea. I tried them out, and I just don't like gun lines all that much. That's really like the Chorf's strongest units, is the Fireglaves and then the Iron Demons. Both of which are fun units, but I prefer Khorne and the Chaos factions. I just love rush builds. Full Unga T-Bunga. Give me a minute, guys, and let me check for replays. Should be getting a decent number here. It's a smaller tournament today. I imagine everybody's playing the Battlefield 6 beta. Understandable. I played a little bit of it last weekend. It was fine. It's fine. Battlefield is cool. I didn't really like the maps that they had. I thought they were really small and restrictive, personally. But I know tons of other people are very excited. And it does seem like a step in the right direction for them. 2025 seems to be like the year of redemption for a lot of studios that are like actually interested in reforming. You know, because Battlefield's been sliding downhill for a while now. It was really awful. The Battlefield 2042 fiasco was almost as awful as some of the stuff that's happened in the past with Total Warhammer, in fact. Alright, enough about Battlefield and all of their shenanigans. Let's jump into some of the replays that we've been sent. And why not? Just go full bore on the Nurgle. We also, of course, have Khorne over here. Of course have Khorne. It's a good tongue twister if you want to really run yourself ragged. But anyways, we've got Skulltaker. We've got quad Marauder dual weapons. The Marauder dual weapons will shred the Nurglings, and the Great Weapons, they will not do nearly as well against the Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers actually beat the living hell out of Marauder dual weapons. The big issue is that the Phys-Res for the Plague Bearers just overwhelms the weapon strength of the Nurgle Marauders there. Fleshhound's going deep in for the throwing axes. Make a little bit of contact. Nothing too crazy here damage-wise. Just about, just a few hundred HP off of the throwing axes. Fleshhounds getting started again going after these guys. But this time Suga's a little bit slower pulling the trigger on the escape and does lose a few models on his throwing axes here. They are pulling back through the infantry, which is very smart, able to peel the Fleshhounds off. Skull Cannon, first shot, hitting the tree actually, and I don't know why it is that when it hits terrain, like trees and water, it doesn't actually drop its vortex, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. It was a beautiful shot there. Plague Bears losing 1,000 health here to the vortex, and the Marauders losing a little bit over 1,000 as well. Of course, the subsequent follow-up shot was the ugliest, worst thing you've ever seen in your entire life, but, you know, it is what it is, right? The Skull Cannon giveth and taketh in terms of value. Dropping the Vortex, a little bit of tickling damage on the throwing axes, and the Nurglings here in the middle just get absolutely hammered by Skull Taker, as well as the Fleshhounds jumping all over them. Fleshhounds actually getting some decent value, and Piston with the aggressive caps early here. Get the number 1, 2, and 3. Gonna be holding on them for the time being. With the Fleshhounds maneuvering back out to chase down those throwing axes, which are going after the Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon's great unit. Definitely don't want them to get melted by AP axes, but pulling your opponent in deep and then getting a good intercept with your mobility is super clutch. I mean, there's really no other way of putting it. This is what Sven was very careful about not doing last game. Sven, last game, when we saw the Horsemen just absolutely bodying the entire Warriors of Chaos army, were playing behind their forces. You know, you had the you had a nice front line. Hold on. Let me let these lines wear off so I can draw this correctly. So you had nice defensive lines for Nurgle last game, where they were just posted up in front of the points. The Horsemen were sitting in the gaps behind the line, just waiting in the wings for anything to push a little too deep or a little too comfortably forward into the infantry, and then they pounced and punished. Suga is pushing a little too far outside of the infantry support, and then allowing these guys to get jumped on either wing has gotten them hammered pretty badly. I would be using the Furies and the Fleshhounds to still chase down these two throwing axes, because they are fairly healthy. I mean, you got 42 models on this one, and 45 over here with a decent chunk of HP, and Nurgle does have healing, and they're going to be passively regenerating HP all the while Kugath is throwing down the cast. Look at the Nurgle Beast getting nuked right here. Oh my god, is that Skull Taker? I don't actually know. It might have been the Minotaurs. Minotaurs, Bloodwake Berserkers, and Skull Taker all fighting together here. Really vicious group of units together. The Bloodwake Berserkers are actually the perfect counter for a character like Kugath, because he just can't leech their HP down quickly enough to get them off. And they've got good enough combat stats with Skull Taker around to just absolutely rip him to pieces. They do huge damage through his armor and his Phys Res, which are his big selling points in terms of defenses. I would get the Marauders out of here. Marauders do not need to be fighting on top of a Mortis engine. That's just going to wear them out so fast. You'd be better off engaging a little bit more wide here as Khorne. You don't have to rush up into all of this in the middle here. The early pick on the Nurgling was great, but jumping out to take out stuff like these Pestigors as they're split and alone would be a little bit smarter, I would say, than attacking the core of the Nurgle forces here. But Piston's doing a good enough job of diving these countercharging Nurgle units and actually finishing stuff off that I think it's going to be okay. You can see Plague Bears crumbling out here. Great weapon marauders are breaking. You get a stream of corruption going down, but it's not really hitting a whole lot. Like, these marauders are getting tickled by it. Same with these ones. These guys not really taking a whole lot of damage. And it's on top of units with spell resist. Really the best thing you can do as Nurgle against Khorne is just throw down, like, huge fleshy abundances. Like, just hitting everything that was in this pocket a little earlier with the fleshy would have been way better. It would have kept Kugath much healthier. Your Marauders would have probably held in nicely. Beasts of Nurgle would probably be heal capped. Oh, and your Cultist probably wouldn't have been breaking from losing a whole bunch of HP. But yeah, Kugath is going to die here. You see some Terror Routes going down on the Marauders, but that's fine at this point. It's given the Minotaurs and the Bloodwake Berserkers especially plenty of time to do the critical damage that they needed to do against the Maggot Lord here. Kugath used to be really good against Khorne, but the addition of some new units and omens made this already tricky Nurgle matchup near unmanageable. I wouldn't say that it's so bad for Nurgle that they can't win against Khorne, but this is a massive uphill climb for Nurgle as a faction. They're just not very well situated for dealing with such an aggressive and damage-dealing faction, especially when they've got a Lord that can provide such substantial buffs in the front line. Not only do you have Revel and Slaughter, but you've got Totem of Endless Bloodletting, which is another +8 melee attack, so +16 in total. You've got the Bloody Onslaught, which lowers armor and melee defense. Pretty much anything that Khorne sets its mind to in terms of killing, and you make really short work of it. You see the Nurglings just vanishing in the blink of an eye.
Unending glory is yours.
Overwhelming aggression there from Piston, really paying off. Doing a great job of sussing out what kind of value could be had just by face-checking Nurgle there and having the tools around to manage the mobility game while still getting some decent value on stuff like the Furies, and then charging some units down with the Fleshhounds and the Blood Beasts. Helping get a nice dominant victory there. Really, though, I mean, it's Skulltaker and those Bloodwake Berserkers that did the balance of the heavy lifting. 1,300 here, you got the Bloodwakes with 24. Skull Cannon with almost 900 value, though, is pretty impressive. Definitely a solid performance. And the Minotaurs were great, too. You got 1,500 on them. Most of that into Kugath. And they were actually able to finish him, which is the big money maker. You can pour as much damage as you want into Kugath, but if you leave him alive, you're in big danger at that point. Because he's got a massive healing cap on 14,000 HP. I think functionally, Kugath has like 21,000 HP if you can use up all of his healing. Yeah, Cuban, go for the Fleshy Abundance Nurgle caster for that build you brought next time. It would have been really funny if you had just out-healed Nurgle with their own magic. I would have gotten a good laugh out of it. And you know, you can just bundle up, you could have just bundled up Kolek, the 2 Dragon Ogres, and Aeson together for those Fleshy Abundances, because, you know, it hits 4 targets. Those are, like, 4 of the best targets that you could be dropping fat heals on. Well, that was for that first game, by the way, for anybody just joining in.
They do not know how much Kislev has endured. That is why they will fall.
Awesome. Nice little pre-game speech there from our Ice Witch. Triple Akshina ambusher coming out here. Now, Akshinas have seen a little bit of play over time. Not the most popular unit in the game. Excuse me. But I will say that with the extra damage that these guys do, I mean, they're basically a armor-piercing unit. Even though they don't have a majority AP, the 10 AP missile damage that these guys have is really kind of crazy. I mean, compare that to something like the Armored Kossars, who have 5 AP on their missiles. You're doubling the amount. Plus, they've got 18 base missile damage as is, so their efficiency is very well situated for any and all targets. Plus the 150 meter range, they can hammer just about anything that they want without revealing themselves before they come out of stalk, right? Like, they actually are able to get in position, set up, and shoot, and then they reveal themselves, rather than running up, revealing, shooting, and then running. It actually makes a big difference in terms of the value you can get out of them in the skirmish game.
Have a victory point.
Because people, you know, people usually have pretty good reflexes. That's about as good of a dodge as I've ever seen for something like this. You have about 1 second, 1 to 2 seconds to react to these guys just popping up out of literally nowhere before a million bows just slam into an expensive unit like the Slaughtermaster. But Durka showing off some moves there. Pretty sassy turn on this guy, and actually only took about 20 damage. Noblar's getting hammered, and a little Grom coming in and immediately chunking down the Ogre Bulls. Little Grom is absolutely busted against the Ogre Kingdoms. I actually prefer a double Little Grom build against the Ogre Kingdoms personally, for this very reason, that Little Grom just kills Ogre Bulls by one-shotting the models. It's really brutal, and it means that stuff like Troll Guts is absolutely useless for the Ogre Kingdoms in this matchup, except on their single entities. On a wide build, though, it's a little bit different. Slaughtermaster getting hit by the Death Frost from the Ice Witch, taking about 1,000 damage, yeah, thereabouts. Decent chunk of HP, and Snow Leopard tried to sneak past the Iron Guts, but just bumped into him, and now it's stuck. Snow Leopard doesn't have a lot of mass, Iron Guts do, but a lot of problems for the Ogre Kingdoms here. Noblar's running on a couple of fronts. Ogre Bulls getting hammered as well, man. These Akshinas are just laying waste to them right now. And it may not be the most efficient target in the world to shoot the Ogre Bulls in terms of just, like, raw value. But this is a really wide Ogre Kingdoms army. One that's going for numbers to try and overwhelm Kislev. I think the intention was to bring... Yeah, you can see the Lead Belchers trotting up now. I think the intention was to cap points early and then bring the Lead Belchers in as the reinforcements to swarm up and shoot down any units trying to get up in the Ogre Kingdom's face. The issue that's arisen, though, is that the firing lines for Kislev have been unchecked and doing a great job of hammering down a lot of units right now. Although I will say Durka is keeping it fairly close, and the Lead Belcher's opening up now. If they can kill, all of the Akshinas and trade out in as the Little Grom is chipping them, that would be one way they can get back in this. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Kislev getting these Lead Belchers back here is all that is going to be needed to, like, truly secure this win. You do have, like, a position of Iron Guts and Ogre Bulls running around back here, but the problem with these guys is they're not immune to psychology. The Ice Witch could come back in a little bit later and terror out these guys. Although the Iron Guts are going in really deep against her. You can see some Streltsy trotting in. Very nice AP missile unit. They do a lot of damage with their volleys. Some of them obstructed since they're sitting up here in the trees, but they still get some fairly effective damage down on these guys. Ice Witch is trying to pull out back here. You've got the Lead Belchers all dying horrendously. Mostly to the Winged Lancers. Winged Lancers just landed a great charge. This is fortune at its finest for Kislev. The Lead Belchers were just not defended. They were both very blobbed up out here on the flank. And you want to be very careful about your positioning on lead belchers, because Little Grom was able to get a couple of collateral hits on both of the lead belcher units. Plus, when the winged lancers got in, both lead belchers were compromised instead of just one. The way you need to use your missiles is, of course, the dreaded offset, like one here and one here. That way, if one lead belcher is compromised, then the other can still get some fire in on the angle of the fight. Get some value that way. Maybe save your backline from collapsing completely. Rallying lead belcher back here, looking to do a little damage. Shooting a few of the winged lancers, but the winged lancers are just sweeping the field right now. I mean, going after these iron guts and the Noblars over here. Should be able to take out both units. The Noblars are definitely going down, and the iron guts are looking real beleaguered now. Just swarmed by hordes of very elite cavalry. Maybe not the best sustained combat cav, just in terms of stats, but the charge bonus and the glorious charge, doubling the duration of the bonus, does make them fairly strong in melee combats for a lot longer than you're typically expecting from cav. It can catch you off guard too. The leadership penalty is also pretty nice, because it's not like you're attacking them from the rear. It's a -6 leadership, but if any little bit of leadership debuffing that you can stack is pretty juicy stuff. Ooh, Scrap Launcher coming in. Scrap Launcher in the late game here, definitely not the strongest choice, but you're pretty desperate for options if you're Durka right now. I think we can fast forward through the remainder of this game. I think what you really need to do as the Ogre Kingdoms here is be a little bit more careful with the lead belchers. Like, you saw your opponent's Little Grom come in before you had the lead belchers anywhere within the range of Little Grom.
You have the foe's victory point.
Just click and check the range on this thing. You can see that it goes all the way up to this tree line, right? But here's the thing, because it's offset in the corner here, you can get your lead belchers in this little pocket right behind this hill, just out of range of the Little Grom. You can sit back here, and Little Grom and the lead belchers are accurate enough. They can actually hit stuff on top of hills. They have a pretty good arc of fire. They'll actually still be able to impact the #1 objective, and then they'll be able to clean house on the #2. And if Little Grom scoots forward, right, Little Grom has to scoot up a little bit to hammer this little position. You can just pull the lead belchers back in the trees, rotate out, and come up on the other side of the tree line here, and set up to cover the 2 and the 3, instead of going after the #1. You need to be flexible with the Ogre Kingdoms. People don't really pay enough attention to just how quick the Ogres are in general. Crazy speed across the board on Ogre Bull units. It's the Noblars you need to be careful positioning with. But, you know, charging Noblars into stuff like Armored Kossars is never a good idea, period. If you play a little more carefully and cautiously into this Kislev army, I think you have a better odds chance of winning here. Little Grom trying to shoot into the trees. Scrap Launcher looking to be the target. 2 more shots on this guy, but it looks like Meat is just going to unsummon it. I mean, we're looking at a pretty close to being a done game here. Slaughtermaster of Heaven still running around. Beautiful charge at the Winged Lancers, hammering home against those Noblars. The Scrap Launcher shooting from inside the tree line is just not doing anything. It keeps hitting the trees. Artillery, even if you can position it in the forests, should never be positioned in the forests. It's just way too much of an odds-on chance that it is constantly getting blocked. all of its ammo is just like hitting the forest and not actually any enemies. And the scrap launchers are really long range. I think they've got like 440 range or something crazy like that. That's another tool that you can bring in if you're afraid of Little Grom. Yeah, because you can sit so much farther away. They're both 420. But the scrap launcher can sit behind the tree line. Whereas Little Grom fires on a much flatter arc, it's not going to be able to shoot over trees all that well. The scrap launcher does a much better job of that as a catapult, so I would just say keep it behind cover rather than inside the trees. And you'll be able to get some good work out of it. Because with 420, you should be able to easily cover the #1 objective with this thing. The tools are there, is the long and the short of it for the Ogre Kingdoms, but just need to optimize the targeting priority a little bit. Also, instead of bringing the Man-Eater Iron Fists, the Man-Eater Iron Fists are a really cool unit, but I wouldn't say that they're very strong against Kislev. What Ogre Kingdoms really need there against Kislev is Mournfang Cavalry. They're 50 more gold than the Man-Eaters, so you're going to have to find a little bit of extra money somewhere. Shouldn't be too hard for the Ogres. Got plenty of options, but you really need like 2 Mournfangs at the very least against Kislev, because these things are your peel for your back line if Winged Lancers break through at any point, and it's very likely that they will. Mournfang Cavalry are amazing at chopping down cavalry units. Alright, let's get some Wood Elves Lizards action for rounding out our round 1 here, and then we can move on to round 2. Nothing more fun than dog walking counts with Kugath. I agree. Kugath is amazing into the vampires. So how Kugath does into vampire counts is how he used to be into Khorne before Khorne got all the new stuff. Anyways, Wood Elves versus Lizards. This is a I would say it's a Warhammer 2 classic. These factions fought pretty often. Lizards were like a #1 faction in land battles in Warhammer 2 for a very long time. And the Wood Elves have always been good with their units from Warhammer 1 alone. But they got a lot of really good DLCs when Warhammer 2 was, running its paces. So they can definitely scrap as good as ever with just about any faction in the game. And in fact, have, I think, the 2nd highest win rate right now on Total Tavern. Glade Riders getting up into the Chameleon Skinks. Chameleons, you gotta pull Chameleons back really quickly because they are squishy. They only have 4,800 HP, man. On 90 models, too, so they drop models really quick. They just have a great way to fire, though. They fire really quickly. I think every, 6 seconds? Yeah, 6 seconds. Quite a bit of missile strength on them. They got a ton of ammo at 26. Absolutely gnarly stuff. One of the best skirmish pieces in the entire game. A little bit of damage going down on these War Dancers as they fight the Skinks and the Saurus. Saurus spears coming in to stiffen up the front line a bit. We'll see how this goes. I'm a little worried just because these War Dancers are doing some pretty horrible damage to some of the units that the Lizards are trying to lean on. Although I will say the Saurus here especially. Oh, the Legion of Chaqua is why. Legion of Chaqua doing a very good job of bashing down the War Dancer that they're fighting. Good heal from the Ancient Tree Man. That's a nice Earthblood. Wearing off fairly quickly, and the front line's going to need a little bit more help, I think, for the Wood Elves. Chameleon Stalkers getting run over by this Glade Rider, but able to survive and hang on just long enough for the Coldwind Spear Riders to come out, and they'll be able to defend against any more Glade Rider charges. They'll be able to take out any Hagbane tips that they can chase down the back line here. Dajni is up a little bit. I wouldn't say that there's anybody in too favorable of a position yet. You do have Spear Riders breaking through here. Could be really nice if they're able to close the gap on the Hagbane tips, and it looks like they will be able to, and another beautiful Burning Head about to come down. Missing the Glade Guard a little bit. You get a little bit of poke in on these guys, but the subsequent damage, oh my god, the perfect lineup right here. Eternal Guard being pulled in, and the Hagbane tips being roasted at the same time by these, by the Burning Head. Eternal Guard are able to get on the rear of the Spear Riders, but the Spear Riders got a good engagement against the Glade Riders before they're going to go down here. They should be able to get about 600 value, I would guess. And this Spear Rider over here is just going to absolutely sweep this entire side of the field with the Chameleon Stalker supporting, which is going to be another big help here for them. So they're out of ammo, but they've taken down a Hagbane tip, and they've helped take out a Glade Rider, so they're looking pretty good on the value. 600, I believe, is how much they cost, so very cost-effective performance from them. Saurus Spears, just doing what they do best, holding the line. Oh wow, Zote's coming in. What the hell is this? No freaking way, dude. A wild Zote's appearance making their way in with War Dancers getting one of the Flesh to Stones and getting a decent amount of value here. The War Dancers have been pretty beat up for quite a while now, but the heals on them have been pretty excellent. Just over and over again, you're getting the Earthbloods. With the Zotes on the field, you've got an extra bound one, as well as the 2 Flesh to Stones here. And you finally get a breakthrough on the Lizard front line, just gutting it out here. Wood Elves being very aggressive and sticking to their guns, not panicking anywhere. And look at the elite leadership on these War Dancers. Down to 20 models and only 500 HP, and they're just now breaking and giving time for the Glade Guard out here to get some good damage off. Spear Riders being run down. Dryads do get on the number 1 after killing the Stalkers. 700 value on them. Glade Riders moving up. Very cheap build for Daceburg, honestly. It looks like the Banishment might have actually done a lot of friendly fire damage here, because the Red-Crested Skinks, something hammered their HP there really quickly, and then they got terror routed. Treeman caused terror? Really? I actually didn't know that Treeman caused terror. Thought it was only fear for some reason. Hawk Riders have been firing their bows. Not the best unit in the game, but they're okay. They've actually got good weapon strength. A lot of AP on this, and their melee attack is alright at 32. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Another really nice Burning Head. Dajni is really only finding success with those Burning Heads. Most everything else for the Lizards is faltering. The Spear Riders have been okay, I will say that. But they're running into a few problems now. They're fighting on top of a lot of infantry up top there. And down here, they're just getting tar-pitted by garbage. And now the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart are coming forward, and you can't charge these guys down. The Wraiths are a really annoying unit. They're actually a perfect counter to enemy mobility. Usually infantry is very weak to stuff like shot cavalry, which is what these Spear Riders are. Normally, the Wraiths would not want to come out and face down a Spear Rider, but with the Chilling Aura and Frostbite stacking speed penalties, You're talking about these guys going from the current 59 they had down to what, 20? Thereabouts. It's a serious loss of mobility. And the Wraiths with 43 foot speed are usually able to chase down just about whatever they're debuffing. I don't know why it's not proccing on these guys, though. It's very bizarre. Because none of the models actually swung in there, but I would have figured the aura would have gone off. It's weird. But here you can see it in action. You know, down from 46 to 18. It's pretty rough stuff. Widow's looking pretty good on the middle, but another beautiful Burning Head continuing to keep Dajani in this game. 2,300 on the Slan, but Zote's all over the big boy now. The Orange Sherbert Slan has made a terrible error in judgment. And are the Colossadon Hunters going to be able to save the bacon here of this Slan? Yeah, Slan used to be even beefier than they are now. They have 6,500 HP. They used to have like 75. They got a pretty substantial nerf a while back, and their hitboxes shrank, which sounds like a good thing, but actually was a bad thing. Used to be that their hitboxes, or actually, what was it? No, it was evening the hitboxes. What it was is that the hitbox on the Slan was like smaller than the model on some parts, so it was actually kind of hard to hit these guys. It got evened out, and now it's much more reflective of their actual size. So I think the Slan model shrank a little bit, and the hitbox got larger so that they equalized. Like I said earlier, there's been a lot of iterations. And the balance is about as good as you can ask for from a game like this now. I mean, we're truly in about as even of a meta as can be imagined. It is a pretty mobility-favored meta, but I would say that there's still plenty of play styles that you can run that can do pretty well. Spear Riders and the Colossadon Hunters really representing just about the only real threats left on the field for the Lizards. It's going to be kind of hard to find engagements with these guys. I mean, you can chase all you want, but Hagbane tips are going to make you pay for every inch of ground that you try to take against your opponent. You can take down these Hawk Riders if you want, but, I mean, they got 1,200 value. Hawk Rider's good unit? What? Is it possible, guys? They've used up all their ammo, 1,300, and they're actually fighting the Colossadon Hunters pretty well right now. Guys, I honestly can't believe my eyes here. Dude, are Wood Elf players going to be running these guys more often? Is this a good unit? I need somebody to answer me. I mean, they've got good range, and missile strength isn't anything to sneeze at. A lot of ammo. AP, flyers. There's a lot to like here in this package. It's always been their HP that's kind of held them back, I would say. I need to see more experimentation with it. Lizard's getting a push on the number 3. We'll see how long that lasts. It doesn't really even matter if the Wood Elves lose that. Daceberg just needs to keep pushing up units to reinforce the 2 points he's already got, and I'm pretty sure they'll be fine. Spear Riders running up into the heart of the Wood Elf forces. Glade Riders doing a good job of stiffening up the infantry, keeping them from getting totally run over, and the Dryads surrounding what remains of this Spear Rider unit. And pulling them down slowly but surely. Pretty good value on the Dryads. 387 isn't terrible at all. Race to the Frozen Heart over here, not doing all that well. I mean, they were getting swarmed by numbers. And the Skink cohorts, I'm pretty sure, were just peppering them with the Javelins. Which they can only withstand so much of. They've got 60 armor and Phys Res, which is nice, but it's only going to take you so far. Good damage from the Hagbane tips. Hawkeyes of Jakira around here somewhere. Here they are. Still making their way in, kind of. Getting set up in a semi-protected position. Definitely what you want to do here. Feral Cold One would probably be my first bet, actually, for the volley, because you'll hammer their leadership and probably do enough damage to rampage them at the same time. And you just don't want to leave any mobility that can somehow fortuitously attack this backline. Zani is doing a pretty good job of staying in this game for how beat up his front line got and just how much healing the Wood Elves have had. Wood Elves have been throwing down Earthbloods like candy, dude, and the Zotes got to use all of their bound abilities. They got 2,000 value, so they even up-traded a little bit. Pretty impressive. Feral Cold One's not able to get into the backline, but this Feral Cold One, this is why I felt like that Cold One would have been a better target. But we do get a really good positioning of some Eternal Guard right in the pathway of the Hawkeyes on a really good bait and switch. You get the Rampage on the Feral Cold Ones, you got the Hawkeyes pulling away and through, getting out towards the number 3 where they'll be able to skirmish against the Skinks pretty easily. Skink leadership is not that solid. It's 55 at base. You can see that Discourage is doing quite a bit of work to get these guys nice and low, and a really good awakening of the wood on those Skinks now. Gonna break their leadership, in fact, and then the Glade Riders are just gonna crush them as they're trying to retreat away.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Treeman was used very well and anchored this position nicely. It was like right up here in the in this forest on the lizard side of the battlefield, really, that he's been getting a lot of work done. It's kind of hard to shoot him on this map. There's a lot of places that Treeman can get up into and kind of hide away from any fire damage. And then just constantly dropping all the Earthbloods, man. Did just enough for the Wood Elves to be able to outlast the Lizardmen here. Normally, Wood Elves are not face-checking opponents like that. Usually they're playing for value, but I really like this pseudo-rush style, I would call it. You've got quite a few missiles here, so it's not a true rush build. But the way Daceberg played it was very aggressive and performed more than adequately, I would say. I like it. Really, just the only thing that you've got to worry about, of course, is those burning heads. And being able to stay competitive when it was roasting out so many of your units is a pretty good sign that this build is suited even into a pretty hard counter spell type of situation. The Lizards do have good backfield pressure too, so there was a lot of really effective parries from Dace there. Alright, let's go get our round 2 games. Got a couple more stragglers in round 1 too. Got more Nurgle versus Khorne, seriously? Okay. What else? Bretonia's pretty cool. Nurgle Kislev. Dino Disease. Ooh, Khorne and Skaven might be the one we're going for. Two-0 so far. Can't wait to play TMD. Yeah, Dangler is coming for blood today. I've been looking for the tournament win for a while. Was undefeated last week in bracket and then stumbled in the semis. So come on, I'm counting on you, Meaty. You gotta carry it this time. It's your tournament to take. Everybody's distracted today. You know, everybody's like, oh, I'm gonna go play in the fancy new Battlefield game beta. Oh, super cool. Meanwhile, Dangler's out here with the heavy grind, looking to take home the title. Finally, deserves it for all the effort into learning the greenskins as a faction. It's a pretty wild dino build. This is almost the same build as the Anticity Special. Going to Nakai, and a Rev Crystal instead of Mazda Mundi and the Solar Engine. I mean, that works. It's fine. I kind of want to see this, though. The reason I want to see this game is that Corsair does have a very interesting Skaven playstyle. Uses the Eshin Sorcerer with Veil of Shadows, and overcasts it to like lock units in place and punish them with missile fire, which is definitely a little different from what you see most Skaven players do.
It matters not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows.
We've got a basic warlord on foot, which is kind of hilarious. I've actually seen people bring Tretch Craventail in this matchup, because Tretch has like a 70 melee defense or something crazy like that. Tretch is actually kind of hard for Khorne Lords to kill, Valkia especially. Skulltaker probably doesn't struggle against Tretch though, I guess. Still think he'd be an upgrade over the Warlord, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. Valkia is in danger in the front. Being a little incautious with her. She's doing an okay job of avoiding some of this rattling gunfire, but she loses about 600 HP. Just for me personally, in this matchup against the Skaven, Valkia should just stay back. She has no business scouting the front line. It's too dangerous for her. If your opponent hits her with a Howling Warp Gale and some Teeth Breakers fire, she will get absolutely melted. There is no reason to risk her. What you do is you just keep her back, summon your Furies out, get your Flesh Hounds on the wings. Make sure that your mobility is decently split up. You don't want to overbunch your mobile units because the Skaven are going to be a little limited on their mass. Skaven really only have Rat Ogres that are even half decent in this matchup. And they have to put in a lot of work defending all of the angles of approach, especially early when there aren't that many on the field usually. You can see that there's just one Rat Ogre available for Corsair right now, so he's playing very defensively as a result. Doesn't want to overextend and get punished by the Chaos Knights or the Knights of the Brazen Throne right now. So, looks like Khorne's elite cav are just going to be waiting on the number 1. No reason to really do much of anything else. Good positioning on the Flesh Hounds, even though some of them are out in the open. Counting is hidden since they are in the trees. And just holding in here, staying away from any potential firepower is a pretty good idea. Pretty good damage from the Warp Fire throwers here, actually. And they do knock over the Chaos Warriors as well. They should be able to get another volley off before the Chaos Warriors close the gap. Although two Furies landing in the front line and getting some really horrific damage on those Warp Fire throwers. And the counter charge actually a little bit mistimed here, I would say. It's a little bit of a bait and switch. The Furies just jump right back up into the air. And the Flesh Hounds close on the flank while the Chaos Warriors end up being a really good buffering tool for those Furies as they're trying to screen themselves out of here. And a beautiful... Oh my god, that is absolutely incredible. It's wonderful to see. Just a nice little loop-de-loo. Over the top of the Skaven forces and then landing below onto everything with a good rear charge. Just gonna melt the leadership on the Skaven forces. Good Sleipnir in there as well. Total break on this side of the battlefield just from the combat prowess of the Khorne units. Knights of the Brazen Throne with 137 kills and 111 value, which is pretty hilarious to see. Gonna be charging down the Teeth Breakers now. They'll be able to rip this unit apart in just mere moments, man. You do get brittle bone going down on these guys, but not going to be good enough. I mean, it's lowering their melee defense down to 12, which is great, but this is a very mobile unit. Especially when Murderous Charge is active, you can actually just give them charge orders onto anything, and they'll pretty much push through an entire unit. Add in the fact that they terror out everything around them, and they cause fear. Against a faction like the Skaven, they're nigh unstoppable, and they've got 1,000 value now. I mean, all they needed to do is kill a couple of weapon teams to get up there. Gonna be pulling back away from the rattling gun fire. We've got the Chaos Warriors doing a good job of holding. Valkia is very beat up. She has been getting absolutely hammered by the shooting this game. But 1,400 HP is better than nothing. She's got a decent amount of value. She can help clean up this Warp Fire Thrower, and then he can just fly her to the back of the map, and the Skaven will never be able to touch her at that point. She can just hide, and you can just throw forward units to replace your losses. Chaos Knights, a little bit occupied chasing down routing units. I guess not a bad thing, especially if you shatter the Skaven units.
One of your units has been destroyed.
So what's happening right now? These Warpfire Throwers, I mean, this is a dead unit. Because they're shattered, they can't rally, you can't use them at all. But since they're shattered and they're still technically on the field, they're not in your opponent's reinforcement pool. Shattering enemy units and forcing your opponent to wait for their infantry to run all the way off the field is awesome. It's so painful to have to wait like 30 seconds to like, 2 minutes in worst case scenarios. Like, you'll have units sometimes break from positions like here, and because of where your enemy's positioned, they'll, like, route in the totally opposite direction of the closest edge of the battlefield, and it get really, awful, depending on the routes that they end up taking, as to how long it takes for them to, return. Valkia is gonna get killed here, I think. The rattling guns are in just too good of a position. Warlords all over her, 198 HP.
No, the enemy has slain our lord.
I think it's okay, though, because Khorne just has, like, a solid enough lead. I don't know if it'll matter. Warpfire Throwers getting hit by the Chaos Knights. Skaven Slaves trying to help out there. We've got the Knights here pushing over to get on top of this other Warpfire Thrower, and the Furies coming in want to get after the rattling guns. Do need to kill all of the missile pieces for the Skaven here. I think it'll be very doable, though. The Knights have done a pretty good job of cleaning up one Warpfire Thrower. They can focus on killing this other one, and then they could maybe loop around to go after the Gunners over here. Furies get hit by the Veil of Shadows, and this is where it is very useful. You can see them not able to move at all in this vortex right now. And getting roasted by some of the warp fire from the flank here.
The enemy has captured one of your
Ooh,
victory
dual
points.
weapon Minotaurs, of all things to see. You don't see these units very often. But coming in to kill the Warlord, and they're chopping through him right now. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, Minotaur dual weapons over time, man. More and more these foot characters are getting knockdown nerfs. What I mean by that is, instead of getting knocked down by Minotaurs, splash damage, these single entity characters are upright on their feet more often, which means they get damaged more often. It used to be that when models got knocked down, they would take no damage while they were laying on the ground. And CA has made it a point to try and minimize that as much as possible. It's not just irritating for multiplayer, it's also really annoying in campaign. Especially when there's some really obnoxious characters like Vlad out there. He is bound to foot. And he's kind of a pain in the ass, even for, even when the AI is controlling him, because he's literally just unkillable sometimes. But now that the foot characters don't get knocked over by attacks as much, they're a little bit easier to handle. Fleshhounds are going to make sure that the Lord is running. The Knights of the Brazen Throne are still going fairly strong. 20 models. They can continue their rampage for a little bit longer here. Got a leadership break on the Plague Monks, and they could even follow up into the Teeth Breakers and this other Plague Monk here. You can see the Furies are crumbling out now. Definitely don't want to leave the Teeth Breakers to open back up. Get a whole bunch of damage on you. Really nice Veil of Shadows, but a little too late. Knights of the Brazen Throne break through anyways. And I do believe this is not the Overcast. Maybe it is. Maybe the Knights, though, with the Murderous Charge are able to just close that gap anyways, because the mass and the charge speed. So here's the thing about this charge speed buff. It's not that it's applying that charge bonus, charge speed bonus on the base speed. Skull Crushers have, I think, 90 charge speed or something like that. They get much quicker when they're within a certain distance of an enemy unit as they're closing the gap. I'm sure you've noticed at times you've wondered, oh, I've got this 70 speed cavalry unit chasing my, like, 95 speed skirmisher. How are they keeping pace? It's the charge speeds. These guys get a buff on top of it all. So on top of the 90 charge speed that Knights of the Brazen Throne already have, they get another 30%. So they're like up over 100 speed technically as they're closing a distance on enemy units. And that's part of the reason their charges are so devastating. This unit is a nightmare with any like mobility increase kind of abilities. If you ever get an opportunity in campaign, one of the funniest things to do in campaign is there's a banner that gives units Wayfarer, which buffs their acceleration and deceleration by 300%. And I think buffs speed too by like 40% or something. It's crazy. If you put it on the Knights of the Brazen Throne, they will... They turn into one of the goofiest units you've ever seen in your life. They turn on a dime. It's like watching a unit of, like, I don't know. I mean, they truly turn into, like, modern battle tanks, the way that they move. They're essentially unstoppable if you give them that Wayfarer banner. That's in campaign, though. If you could put them on it in multiplayer, it'd be pretty goofy. Maybe there's a mod where you can put banners on units in multiplayer. Actually, should look into that. That'd be pretty hilarious if you could, like, set it up so that people could pay, like, 100 gold to put campaign banners on units. Wonder how that would shake things up. Anyways, ooh, Wars of Chaos and Slanesh is going to be interesting. Oh, you won the rat tourney. Okay. Shaman Lord on a Wyvern. I would say Shaman Lords in general are pretty spicy. Against Norska, too. It's pretty gutsy, dude. Norska is the highest win rate faction right now, so playing into them can be pretty tough no matter what faction you're on. They've got some pretty good tools against the Greenskins as well. Mammoths are big pain to corral. Especially on low leadership factions. Alright. Watch another Nurgle Corn game. We'll get to this one. Oh my god, it's Tamarkon and Boobalos. Oh, it's so tempting to watch right now. We just watched Corn. Oh my god. Here we go. This is a build with some chest hair. This is a Zap Brannigan build for sure. Just like a shit ton of Chosen. Or I guess he would be more like what the Dowie are doing. I just sent wave after wave of my own troops against the Chosen, who had the preset kill limit, till we overwhelmed their circuitry. We'll see if the Chosen are able to grind through all these Dowie here. There are cannons. Cannons are really scary for Chosen, actually. Just rotate away from that. There's no reason to advance on the Dowie here. Awesome decision making. Hattie and I in lockstep, clearly. Immediately rotating the army to the 2 and the 1. Just to stay away from the artillery as long as possible. Hattie is gonna take a long time to get this artillery in position. Because they're all the way in the corner of the map, and they only have 20 movement speed. It is going to be a substantial investment in time before they're able to get lined up. And their angles of fire on the number 2 objective are not very good here. It's a little bit of a pigeonholing position. This map in general is kind of hard for traditional artillery. The best place you can set up right now, I would say, is just get up on the side of the map here with your 2 cannons. Yeah, one here, and then the other to fire on a little bit more of an aggressive angle onto the number 2, I would say, is what you should look for. Miners are going to get shredded out here by all these rot flies. There's just so many of them. You got 2 dive bombing right now. Another rot fly coming in. Wow, look at the damage on the charge from these rot flies. Oh my god. Are they good now? I don't know if rot flies are any good. I'm sure against the Dowie you're going to get a very exaggerated idea of the efficacy of these units. I did kill 2 miners though. I mean, 2 miners with blasting charges is 850 gold. That's a serious amount of money. So ignore this gold damage value. That is total and utter shenanigans. It is not reflective of the real value that Nurgle has got in this game. This is another one of those classic instances where damage value is a shambolic mess. Nurgle has taken no damage of note here. I haven't lost a single rot fly, like not even one model, while killing 2 I would say like midline Dowie units, and are getting in position to go after the cannon here. Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes coming out. And it looks like Gordon is just going to be bum rushing them, which isn't a bad idea, honestly. Hattie doesn't have Slayers or anything in position for these guys right now. The Rotfly is actually going to be able to close the gap. This is significant because the Iron Drakes are a fairly tanky unit because of their armor. Obviously, Rotflies with their AP damage are just going to completely circumvent that, and they are ripping into those poor Iron Drakes. Slayers come up, though, and they're going to be able to handle the Rotflies here. Herald is going to be dive bombing the cannon in the back line here, and this Rotfly unit trying to collapse on the other. We've got this Rotfly is just bullying some more miners. And this one here looks like it's actually going to be crumbling out, and very unfortunate that it's not doing a little bit better. It's a 900 gold unit. Only got about 200 value. Now we're talking about Hattie being in a pretty good position. But both cannons are still under serious threat here. It's just not enough to defend them either. Hattie did not commit to keeping anything around the artillery here, which I think is an error, personally. if you see your opponent committing to a big air force like that, then you need to keep your Iron Drakes around the artillery here. The reason you do that is Iron Drakes with their flamethrowers are very good against demonic units. Especially low armored demon units. They just shred through their HP pools. Even though they don't have magic damage. Plus they discourage leadership a little bit, so it makes it a bit quicker to crumble stuff like rotflies out at that point. Oh man, these rotflies are doing the best they can. One cannon crew is routing, but they've got plenty of models to be able to recrew the artillery. This cannon, though, is looking a little bit worse for wear. I don't know if they're going to be able to rally if they take any more damage from this rotfly right now. This one has gotten close to paying for itself, but now you've got the Chosen just going deep into the Dowie formation. But it's going to be a little tough for them to close the gap here. They got a lot to grind through before they're able to get onto the Iron Drakes in the back here. It was a good attempt to collapse from the other side from Gordon. Just saving up a bunch of supplies and bringing out a bunch of vanguarded units is definitely a move. It was just really well parried. Hattie did a good job of getting units in a blocking position to shut down the Pesties. One Iron Drake is compromised. Another couple Pestigors, though, are making their way around the flank, though, now. It looks like the Pestigors are all going to be able to find a home here, grinding into the Iron Drakes, no less. Hounds are going after the artillery pieces. Iron Drakes are trying to move up. So even when Dwarves have a little bit of a value lead, all it takes is a couple of good moves from your opponent to start shutting you back down, man. And I would definitely say that Gordon's done that here. It's evening out on the value a lot now. The Dowie have still lost quite a few units, and these Hounds have done a really good job of harrying the cannon crews. And now on top of the Iron Drakes, Miners here looking to throw their blasting charges against the Hounds. Not really a good target for them. Trying to avoid that. Get up here and hit the Pesties, which are a much bigger issue right now, but maybe too little too late. The Iron Drakes are all dead. You got one routing here, another shattered. Where's the third? There was a third three for sure. Wow, I guess they're all dead. I guess the other one crumbled, or not crumbled, but shattered earlier or something. And I just missed them. That's really brutal, man. Either that or they all died to a man, which is possible. Dowie hold for a long time. Dowie units have great leadership. So oftentimes you can see them holding against truly horrific odds. It's kind of what's going on with the front line right now. The Dowie front lines just aren't good in melee. They have awful melee attack. Melee defense is where the Dowie want to rest their hopes in survivability. Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons are never worth the money and investment. They are an awful unit. Do not bring them. Please save yourself the time. They just don't do damage. Longbeard Great Weapons are similarly weak. There's only one Great Axe unit that I would recommend, and that's the Grumbling Guard. Because they do have a, like, Vigor Replenishment ability. In a radius around them passively. And they do actually get pretty good value consistently. Otherwise, you're better. Your best bet as the Dwarves is to go ranged heavy and defend that range for every last gasp of value that you can get out of them. Really nice Locus of Fecundity. That's the bound heal for the Herald there. Actually getting a pretty good cast of it off. Plague Drone's getting a nice amount of healing, keeping them alive and healthy as they close the gap on the Iron Drake. Troll Hammers here do a pretty good job of tossing these guys around. You can see the Plague Drones just having a good old time. Just want to, yeah, the Stingers are, really gross. Like, these are just normal, like, hornet stingers, but you can see some of them have these, like, mouth proboscis things, which is truly horrifying to see. It looks like it's on the plague drones. I love the differentiation between models in units. That is really cool. It's not something that CA needed to do, but they know that people want to get down in here, see all the little details. So they do actually have some stuff in here to, like, differentiate the different models in a unit. It's pretty fun. A lot of them look fairly similar-ish, but there's enough distinct differences on some of the units that, you know, I gotta tip my hat to them. See the helmets and the miners and everything. How are the Chosen doing? Chosen with an insane amount of value. To 1100 already. And very healthy. I mean, a little bit less than half HP, but, I mean, that's pretty damn good. And the other Chosen are even healthier. Oh my god, dude. The Dowie did not have a single answer for the Chosen. I say they didn't have a single answer, but that's what the cannons were. The cannons just didn't get to set up and get any value, and that was the death sentence for the dwarves. Dwarves are really good playing around their artillery and range. And, I mean, I hate to say it, but I would say they're exceptionally awful playing around their melee units. They just can't get good value out of stuff like Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards, usually. Partially for stuff like this, just a beautiful Purple Sun of Xerius going down here. Obviously, I've been doubting this spell a little too much. I know this was on, like, 2 units, and this is a bit of a mistake from Hattie that's just being taken advantage of, but even if it was just 1 Dwarf Warrior unit, that still would have gotten a serious amount of value. Or 1 Longbeard, sorry. That's still like 400 value, because Longbeards are pretty pricey. Hammered them down so well. More Longbeards out on the field, scrapping away, but they're fighting, you know, Chosen and Plague Drones. Fighting toe-to-toe here. Monstrous units stacked on top of infantry is value city, man. This is where stuff like Plague Drones make their living, so to speak. You know, Chosen are like buffering a lot of damage. They're dealing out a decent amount of extra as the Plague Drones are like tossing Longbeards around and giving the Chosen better opportunities for 1v1s. It's pretty nice. 270 kills, man. Still have 56 models. Bit of a shame there's no heal for those guys. I really like this. Death magic on for the Herald and Locus of Fecundity to kind of like top everything up around him is honestly pretty cool of an idea, I would say. I'd like to see it in application against some other factions before I call it just like outright a viable strategy, but with the way that Gordon played it here, I would say that there might be some teeth to it at the very least. Barons of the Bog are just going crazy over here, grinding through the miners, and the Dwarf Warriors spreading their wasting sickness to everything. Lowering mass and weapon strength, which is awesome for Nurgle, since they've got really high melee defenses. Every odd hit slipping through, minus 10% of that is a pretty nice bit of harm reduction, you know? Dwarf Warriors getting up to the point. The Giant Slayers did pretty damn good, and when I say it's pretty damn good, I'm talking 2100 value. They have been cleaving through units. But they are going to meet their match here. The Chosen Great Weapons should be able to finish them up. I think what the Giant Slayers were fighting was some of the Plague Drones, because I'm seeing a lot fewer of them now. It's either these guys, the Rotflies, that they probably killed an entire unit of, and then they've probably just been grinding through Pestigores and, you know, a few Chosen. More Pesties up top. 1,300 value on those guys. 1,600 on this Chosen. 1245 here. Probably going to end up around 14. These guys still have a ton of health, so plenty of time for them to continue trading. I mean, the Dowie do have the advantage on the points right now. It is a bit of a desperation moment for Nurgle. They really need to make sure that they can round out the triple cap here. I think the problem was that Hattie was able to cap the #1 ages ago, and it took forever for Nurgle to get up there and steal it away, and was operating at a 2-cap deficit for a lot of this game without really needing to, right? Like, this objective was left wide open in favor of the super wide flank, which I think ultimately has paid off. It was a really close fought game on the points by Hattie. But I think that the inability of the cannons to get any kind of value this game has just been the death sentence, right? I mean, these things have been bundled up in the back of the map all game, and it looks like they were able to get a little bit of fire going, and that's probably why the Dwarves are able to cap the #3, but now that the cannons are shut down again, the Nurgle forces are just swarming this point and brutalizing the Slayers and those Giant Slayers. Both of whom traded really well, but now the Dowie are just a million miles away from the point, and this is the last thing you want to see as the Dowie. You know, you were so close to grinding out a win, but you lose your caps, your opponent gets the triple cap, they're still fairly close on tickets, and you've really only got about a minute to work with for Hattie before this game is over. Honestly, even less than that. It's more like 30 seconds, which just doesn't give you time to be, as the Dowie, to like get up to anywhere important with your infantry. You're just so slow. If your opponent's able to break you off points at any stage of the game, they will consolidate, and then they're going to play keep away. You're going to be the third wheel in the playground, stuck between the two much taller, bigger kids. And Plague Drones and the Rotflies, just bullying the Dwarf Warriors and the Miners. Look at the disruption to the formations here. I mean, they're tossing these poor little Dowie to every corner of the Earth here. Or I guess the old world, if you want to be literal. You know, very spread out and really unable to push through in any meaningful way. A lot of reinforcements for Nurgle on that point, and Hattie is going to call it here. I think just getting rid of the cannons on that map, or, you know, being a little bit more discerning about defending them early, you'll have a better time, Hattie. Good stuff out of the Giant Slayers, and the Base Slayers too. Alright, we got Tomb King Skaven. What is this? I have no idea what factions these are in this game. We're going to watch this Wood Elves Quarren game because I'm very curious to see that matchup now. It has changed a lot to my understanding. I personally need to see it so I can understand. Don't worry about it, Piston. That's fine, dude. That That's true. If Valkia gets netted, you can invuln in the middle of the Skaven net. Here's the reason, though, that you don't want to do that too much, though, is just because of the suppression effect, and the Teeth Breakers are really accurate. Plus, I believe that Howling Warp Gale... Oh, yeah, if you upgrade it, it's a 28-second snare, so that's why you need to be careful. Because at 14 seconds, Valkyria's Demon Shield lasts about as long as the net does, but if they just upgrade it for the 4 extra wins, 28 seconds, double the duration, she will get nuked in the 14 seconds she's unprotected. So just be aware that Skaven players can throw out that upgraded version to really throw you off your game. It's happened to me before. You think she is fine, considering she can just nullify all damage, but it's a lot riskier than you would actually expect. Sternguard Dowie build? 10 Iron Drakes? 10 Iron Drakes is gross, dude. Well, Gordon, I mean, you can play domination mode like it's conquest now. Value is just as important as the points are. Domination mode has a lot of nuance to it. You know, in Conquest, you've got a very straightforward goal. The objective does add a little bit of a dynamic, but I would say that Conquest is still, like, mostly geared towards just raw value trading and killing your opponent's army. In Domination, you're almost never going to be able to kill the entire enemy army, but you can absolutely shell-shock portions of it. And just blitz them down and leave them so tattered that they're useless. Take points, kind of fight in certain areas, maneuver around, and keep your opponent off balance. And you can play for raw value just to like shoot your opponent back so much that you can triple cap in the late game. I think Conquest and Domination have a lot of transferable skills. It's just a bit of a mindset adjustment between the two, right? Like in Conquest, if you get an opportunity to like go for your opponent's throat, absolutely you can commit to it because you don't have to worry about summons of any kind. In Domination, you need to be a little bit more careful just because you, unless you have a great grasp on tracking your opponent's summons and how many supplies they have, you can run yourself into an ambush pretty quickly, and that can be really painful. We are not playing any games. We're going to be watching here. Okay, we got some vampire counts gaming going on. From Lazuka. Lazuka's usually playing the Dowie. Okay. I like it. Very standard counts build here. To the Lizards, though. Lizards are a pretty tough matchup for them. Give me a minute, guys. I want to see what game I want to see most. We'll get here eventually. I kind of want to watch this Nurgle Khorne game. I just really want to see if Tamarkon is going to be able to deal with Karanak and Skulltaker. I think he's going to get absolutely bodied, personally. I don't think Tamarkon has a hope of winning this character fight. With the heals, it could be different, but Karanak's going to be able to hound down that healer with pretty minimal effort. If this caster gets caught, Skulltaker, he's a good enough fighter on the Blood Throne with his buffs and abilities and items that he will be able to shred this caster in, you know, 5 or 6 hits even. Just because you pop all of... Oh, and he's even got Locust of Fury. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so when you pop Locust of Fury, you're getting 25% more damage, right? You're getting up to a little bit over 600, like 660 or something. Slayer's Sword is 50% of your weapon strength. You add that into the mix, you're talking about Skull Taker without Hellblade being up at around 1,000 weapon strength. Add Hellblade into that mix, and you're talking about Skull Taker having like 1.2k weapon strength with 61 melee attack, and then even more depending on if the Slayer Sword is active. He is nasty against characters actually on this throne. It is so crazy. Really nice shots from the Hellforged Bellowers. Marauders suffering a horrible fate here as, what? Jesus Christ, 22 of them die right off the bat from one shot from this thing. Looking to open up again. After you've hit a unit one time with a Skull Cannon or the Hellforged Bellowers, you should aim at another unit. It's actually fairly effective to spread the damage out here. Oh wow, the Fleshhounds got caught out here. Oh no. I did not see this developing over here. Sven did a great job of jumping Piston's Fleshhounds. How'd they get caught up in here? Oh, I'm really sad that we missed that. That's a big loss. I mean, that's 1,500 gold that Khorne just lost to Nurgle here. You might get a little bit of revenge here, though. Although Curse of the Leper going down on the Pestigores is going to be really nice. The Furies are going to nuke themselves off the field here. Beautiful choice of casting target for that. Yikes. Fury is down to about 2,600 HP, 9 seconds left on this thing. That Fury unit's probably going to crumble, and the other charges in as well, trying to kill the Pesties who have the 85 armor, and the Fury's continuing to nuke themselves because of that Plague of the Leper. Do get Bloody Onslaught, and Tamarkon is getting smacked up right now, man. Brutal damage going down on him. And the Hellforged Bellower is still causing problems. Really hammering the Horseman there. The hell is Karanak? He's on the other side of the field. Okay. Formation for Piston, I think, might have gotten him in trouble this game. I think this might have been a little too cute of an opener. Like, you're going Skull Taker, Karanak, the Hellforged Bellowers, and a bunch of Marauders. Starting out with a really aggressive Vanguard doesn't really get you anywhere. You could probably just keep your Fleshhounds back with your main force and just take whatever objective your opponent's not on. Starting off on the outside on this map, here's the thing about these Vanguard zones on Road to Talabheim is they're open to both sides. So what can happen is, say you deploy a unit in Vanguard right here, well, your opponent might accidentally Vanguard theirs on this green line. And yours is over here on the blue. Like, you could end up in a position where you're cut off in the opening, even. I usually am very careful about what I put in Vanguard on this map. Because I think that's kind of what Piston was a little bit, maybe a little bit too aggressive on. So, like, deploying both Fleshhounds out in here, and I'm pretty sure that there was the Pestigore and both Horsemen here, and then the Fury came out of the Vanguard to, like, get a rear charge. That's what crumbled all those Fleshhounds out, and that was a big loss. I mean, that's all your early mobility. And then you committed to Furies into the mix, both of which you lost as well. So Sven has a really nice value lead here. Yeah, there you go. There's that charge speed bonus. Tamarkon with 60 speed compared to the 81 of Karanak, even with him being poisoned here. Really nice Fleshhound summon, but Karanak took a lot of damage there. Definitely not a very good fight for him, and then having to use the summon just to escape is also not ideal. I love this Fleshhound summon. It is so strong because the Fleshhounds do great damage, and they're really good mass. And you can cast it fairly far away from Karanak. It's 50 meters. Yeah, 50 meters is like all the way out at the edge of the radius almost. So you can cast this to catch units by putting the Fleshhound summon behind them. Then you can rear charge and get like easy leadership breaks. If you're just forced to use it to run away, you rarely get your money's worth out of this. In this circumstance, though, they are able to grind down a Marauder of Nurgle pretty nicely. So this Fleshhound summon still gets about 400 value here. Hellforge Bellower is out in the open field for some reason against this throwing axe. Not a good spot for it to be in. It really should be in here bullying the Plague Bearers. And you can see Tamarkan is just getting absolutely rowdy in the front line. Down to 8,000 HP, but he's got quite a bit of room on that healing cap. Fleshy Abundance would be really nice, although we don't have one. We got Curse of the Leper in stream, actually. That's great and all, but you can see Tammy is just getting rocked right now. I mean, Skull Taker coming in here with a lot of his buffs, and he is debuffing our boy here. See the weakened contact effect from the Slayer Sword is going down. Skull Taker, it's worn off, but it lasts for ages. That weakened contact effect on the Slayer Sword lasts 30 seconds, which is absolutely nuts. It's already a long-lasting item, and then you add the 30 seconds on top of the time that your opponent's been hitting you with it the entire length of the effect. And that's just another reason why Skull Taker is so good in the character fights. Being able to debuff your opponent's weapon strength while buffing yourself up in the same breath is nasty business. Tamarkan is actually going to die here. He's only gotten 1,100 value. Now, when he dies, his little maggot is going to jump out, and it's going to nuke Skull Taker and Karanak if they're not careful. And it looks like they're going to try and escape here, and a beautiful cast on Prey of the Blood God. Is Tamarkan low enough that it's going to kill him? And is Karanak out of range? Because this is 30 meters. It's not that large of a radius. I think Karanak's technically within range, and wow, he gets a heal at the perfect... Oh, the Feast of the Maggot Lord procced. Okay, so Karanak gets nuked. Tamarkan gets a little bit of a heal. Oh, and he doesn't die. Okay, that makes sense. I thought he was going to go down to 0, and then it was going to proc, and then he'd be gone. I don't know why I thought that. He gets the heal, he doesn't die. Gets back up, nukes Karanak, and I think that Sven is just feeling a little bit, or Piston's feeling a little outmatched against Sven right now. There's a lot of Nurgle units left on the field, and Khorne has just lost so much momentum. The early picks for Sven were amazing. Absolutely clutch, man. Okay, so it was one Horseman and one Fury, and then a Horseman came out of reserve to go help out that flank fight. Dude, Sven with the aggression there actually did a really good job of rushing Khorne down themselves. Yeah, Tammy was a little inactive that game, but there wasn't a whole lot of aggression that could be meted out there by him. If he overextended at any point with Karanak, or not Karanak, with Tamarkan against Karanak, that's where you just get absolutely clowned on. I think our Nurgle player did a very good job of parrying Khorne's snipe attempts, just by playing patiently. Sometimes patience with your big monsters pays off, because the thing about Tamarkan is, if he's healthy in the late game against Khorne, he will be able to absolutely bully something like a Bloodwake Berserker. His collision attacks are gruesome. He has a crap ton of melee attack. He's got a great bonus versus infantry too, with good weapon strength. I mean, amazing weapon strength actually, at 650. A lot of it is base weapon damage, but Bloodweight Berserkers with 70 armor are blocking about 60% of that base amount. So they still take an appreciable amount of that 300. And then obviously, you know, 350 AP is about even with the best of the best in terms of their AP. You see Skulltaker doesn't even have that much armor piercing. What is Valkia at? Valkia's around 350, isn't she? Oh, just a flat 300. Dang, man. Exalted Bloodthirsters outclass Tammy a little bit. I'm trying to think of who all would. Kolek assuredly does. Yeah, 440. Carl Franz, maybe? You know what? Maybe a video ranking all of the characters by their AP damage would be kind of cool. Anyways. Oh, man. Let's see if Vampire Counts can take Kugath down. This is Kugath's matchup. I mean, Kugath against the Vampire Counts is gross. He simply kills everything. All you need to do with Kugath is just Mortis Engine everything to death. The Vampire Counts cannot equal the pace of damage with their own healing. They can't kill Kugath at range, because he's got, you know, they've got no missiles. He's got 14,000 HP. Like, the Strigoi Ghoul King is a great anti-large duelist. I just don't know if you can kill Kugath, dude. There's Plague Ogre great weapons here, too, to perform mass and bodyguard duties. Whoops. Didn't mean to pause. I would peel one Nurgling off to go out to cap the number 3 objective, and Kasich and the Cultist can kind of run around with that Nurgling unit. And just fight together so that Strigoi can't snipe them, and you also get 2 points, because Vampire Counts are not going to want to scrap over the middle. That's where Kugath and the Plague Ogres are going, plus a tide of Nurglings who are all going to be getting healed by our boy here. Yeah, there it is. Nurgling Infestation is really good, actually. It's just a 0.2 perpetual heal, and 0.2 passive healing per second is about as good as it gets in this game. It is actually the pinnacle of passive healing, now that I'm thinking about it. And it stacks and racks up so fast. I don't know if the Scab Scraiths are even going to be enough. You see this Nurgle unit? This Nurgling unit here went down to about 4,300 HP, and they're already up to 47. And they do have a unit buffering for them in the front lines, so they'll just be happy as clams getting that perpetual heal as they sit and wait their turn, basically. You've just got this big brick of Nurglings waiting here. The Rotting Rider's coming in on the outside, and here's the thing about this. There's nothing Vampire Counts can do against this. Like, what is a Skeleton gonna do? Except get Mortis Engined by Kugath if they commit here. And honestly, same thing with the Crypt Horrors. Like, Crypt Horrors can get good damage in, but they'll be getting hit by Plague Ogres with great weapons. These guys have the Plague Father's Oration right now. He's buffing up the melee defense and leadership. Probably could have saved that. It's not like you're fighting anything scary in here. What is this? Yeah, the Tithe, Corpse Cart, zombies. Look at the Corpse Cart being brutalized right now. Kasich in on it with Kugath backing him up. Hammering this cart down. The benefits of these corpse carts are pretty manifest. I mean, you get the Vigor Mortis and the Unholy Lodestone, so you get leadership and stats and a itty-bitty passive heal. Just 0.05 per second. But that does stack up really nicely with Crypt Horrors, especially. they can really use the extra stats and perfect vigor. Plus, that unholy lodestone is stacking on top of their regen, which is really strong. So as long as the corpse card is alive, I think the vampire counts are okay here. One of them does go down. Looks like one corpse card has died. Yeah, there it is. It's kind of hard to see under all the stuff. The other one's alive, though. It's in a pretty good spot just behind the front line with all the mass in between it and Kasich. Although Kasich actually finds a little gap and pushes through. Oh no, don't lose this other corpse card. Please, Lazuka. You're doing a good job of controlling the outside points as the vampire counts. Committing here in the middle is where all of the value is going against you. Kugath's probably got 11. Yeah, 1100. I guess it's not that much of a commitment. You've got Blood Knights coming to the outside to deal with the Rotting Riders. Rotting Riders have gotten a lot of damage on your Strugoi Ghoul King. But they've taken a decent amount of poke themselves. I mean, they've lost 6 models. Here comes the Vampire Count Mortis Engine. This is where things could get interesting. Now we might be seeing the Mortis Engines for the Vampire Counts really making a difference. And what is going on with this Nurgling unit? Oh, infested Nurglings. They're crumbling out. That's what's going on. I was wondering why they were melting so quickly. Really looking okay for Nurgle still. The Mortis Engine is not in combat, so it is not actually leeching anything down. You can see that enabled if in melee is red right now, indicating that it's just chilling and being a little bit, you know, bit of a nonce right now. I mean, come on, dude, get in there, do something, be somebody. Stop being so damn passive. Rotting Riders versus the Blood Knights. Looking good for the Blood Knights until the Plague Ogres notice what's going on out here. And they are going to make very quick work of the Blood Knights. In a 1v1, I would say Blood Knights are honestly not in a bad fight against one or the other of these units. I mean, Blood Knights are just so damn solid. Plus, you can always heal them if you feel the need. With both of them fighting together, though, it's a really ugly fight. And you get a Fecundity out here. Beautiful cast from Gordon. Keeping those guys online. A little bit of a tussle going on here with a little bit too much stacking here. You know, you want to make sure that you're, like, maneuvering around your opponent's flanks and infantry units, trying to outposition them. Like, one Plague Bearer being intercepted by the Crypt Ghouls is understandable, but the second one, you know, you just walk away. You know, gotta be the bigger guy sometimes, right? Absolutely vicious Rancid Visitations going down on the Strigoi Ghoul King in this pit fight. Nurgle is looking pretty dominant. It looks like the Mortis Engine has been found by Kasich, who is just manhandling it right now. Blood Knight's basically dead. The Plague Ogres jump out of that fight and leave the Rotting Riders to do the remainder of the work, who have 1700 value. Plague Ogres of 1700. Some of the Nurglings have crumbled out now. They've held in for a long time, though. A long, long time. And the Vampire Counts have lost a lot more in this middle fight. Kugath of 3,000... Oh my god, 4,200 value? Oh my god, man. What a meme. I mean, he almost killed the Strigoi Ghoul King, too. And in fact, the Strigoi King is still crumbling. Not able to rally the leadership on this guy. Big ouch. I mean, he's got the regen going, but it's not gonna... It's continuing to fail to outpace the leadership problem. And him having to stay out of these fights for so long is also really ugly. You've got more Plague Ogre great weapons on the way in. Just beating the crap out of the Crypt Horrors here. Feasters in the Dusk versus a Plague Bearer, pretty even fight. I mean, Feasters in the Dusk are a strong damage-dealing unit against light armor. But there's Fizzres. There's also Poison, lowering the melee weapon strength by 15%. You can see it's not ruinous for the Feasters, but it does make them even less efficient into a unit that's, you know, I mean, obviously already got a pretty effective barrier to their weapon strength. Plague Bearer would probably lose this? Would they? I mean, HP is pretty even between these two units, and the Plague Bearers I really don't think arrived full health either. We do get a bit of a Terrorgeist Breath attack. Death Shriek not doing a lot of damage to these Plague Ogres, though. They were on the move, so it wasn't very accurate. Fellbat's going to be dying horribly to the Angels. Angels of Decay are a wicked strong unit in melee. Especially against aerial flyers like Fellbats and Chaos Furies. Furies are a lot better against the Angels, but still struggle pretty bad. The Devils are going to be a little bit more of a handful, and the Fellbats are still around. They'll be around for another, like, 10-15 seconds, maybe. The Vargeist could help swing this fight, although a great land here with the Angels. See, they do get hammered on the charge from the Devils, but a lot of the Devils of Schwarzhof have caught on the ground now, and the Rotting Riders and the Plague Ogres taking them to task, dude. Shredding their HP right now. You know, Vargeists are a good unit, but they're very squishy. They've got 10 armor. Leadership is pretty good, but, you know, when you're getting surrounded, it suddenly starts looking real ugly. Their melee defense is low. Poison hurts them a lot, too. Bazooka is just so gassed. Alright, guys. I need an over-under from y'all on what Kugath's value is going to be. I think he's going to have 7,000 value by the end of this.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
If he doesn't have 7,000 value, then fine, so be it, but he easily could have gotten that this game. 5,100, fine. I mean, that's pretty damn good. Kha'Zix did a lot of damage, so did the Plague Ogres. There's only so much value to go around, I guess. 5,100 is nasty business for how healthy he was at the end as well. White Kings with good value. Strugo Gold King really, really awful this game. Only 900 value on him. Gotta get more out of him. And the Crypt Horrors are a big letdown too. I mean, 273, 370, 544, 619. Those are incredibly durable monsters in optimal conditions. And they cost 900 gold. You would really hope that they're going to at least get 900 back. Blood Knights downtraded, Devils downtraded. Just too many downtrades overall for Lazuka. This is a tough matchup, though. I mean, Nurgle with their Mortis engines just chuckle and laugh and, you know, knock the vampire counts around on their butts. Very consistently, too. Alright, guys. Give me 1 second. Alright. We're in round 5 here. So, round 5. Ready to roll it. Ent has always said Rotflies are really good. I wouldn't say Rotflies are really good, but they're an acceptable unit. They're okay. 6.2k. Almost. Damn close. I mean, Kugath had so much room to work with at the end of that one. He could have easily gotten there. 3 in a row versus Lizards. There's a lot of people playing the same factions in the tournament today. And it's a smaller tournament than usual because of Battlefield 6 beta. I know that's where most people are today. But, You know, 23, when you're competing against, you know, like, probably the most hyped up open beta in ages, is doing pretty good, I would say. Let's see what else we got going on. You know what? Let's watch one of these Lizards versus Nurgle showcases. So we've got one of our rat rivals, Zoni. I would say that RTK and Clan Rat are, you know, unofficial rivals. I'm going to be scrapping here. Zoni versus Suga. Suga rocking double Chosen with the sword and board. Got some Marauders, got a few Forsaken. Just one Forsaken, actually. Yeah, one Forsaken and 3 Horsemen. 2 Chameleon Skinks here. You got the cohort of Waddle, you got the Sacred Croxagore, Sword of Spears. Man, I swear this is deja vu. I'm so convinced I've seen this matchup before. Maybe I haven't, though. Anyways, Crown of Everlasting Conquest is here as usual. Curse of the Leper, Fleshy Abundance, and Filth Mace also, which is pretty cool. You don't see Filth Mace every day. It's a pretty strong item, though. I mean, Corroded Armor is pretty incredible, lowering armor by 30, and it spreads within 30 meters, so... basically what that means, if you attacked the Skinks right now with Filth Mace on, it would activate Filth Mace on this unit, and then it would spread to both of these units, and it would jump to all of the relevant 5 units within 30 meters. Which makes it pretty damn strong.
We have a victory point.
Or actually, I think it's just 30 meters from whatever unit gets infected with it, quote-unquote. So probably hit these 3 units here. Still quite a few. I don't know. It's a pretty good item. I like it. And it also imbues terror onto this guy, which is great because terror-causing units are super clutch in domination mode. It can help you break open fights and win otherwise unfavorable engagements at the drop of a hat, so always having a source of terror, I would say, is a priority, especially for Chaos factions, which tend to go pretty elite, period. If you can take advantage of your opponent's like lower leadership units, like these Skinks and stuff, and just like bum rush them off the field with terror-causing units, you can 100% dominate a game wire to wire as a result of just like one good terror bomb. So Marauder's gonna get their Curse of the Leper here. Cohort of Waddle gonna start taking some significant damage as they hit those guys. Sorcerer is standing toe-to-toe here. I would recommend him leaving, though. Don't want to get tangled up with stuff like the cohort for too long, in my opinion. Chameleon Skinks very beat up. One of them routing, the other is down to 68 models. Still a decent number, but a little bit worse for wear. You've got the Furies trying to land on the Umbral Tide, but good countercharge from the Spear Riders. Both these Furies should just sit here and try and kill the Spear Rider as quick as possible. Marauder push out here, and then the Chosen can go attack the Saurus Spears. You don't want the Marauders to attack Saurus. Saurus Warriors eat Marauders for breakfast. It is one of the most lopsided infantry fights in the game. Cohort of Waddle sitting in here, but they're pretty low. I mean, they took a lot of damage from Curse of the Leper, and now the Chosen are in underneath them to chip away at their HP. That's going to be slow and steady pressure, because the Chosen of Nurgle are just so beefy. They're hard to get through, and they do have decent melee attack. Whew, gotta get some coffee, man. Oh my god. Getting a little gassed here. Anyways, the 41 melee attack is a decent enough amount to get through the 41 melee defense of the cohort of Waddle fairly consistently. I do think it's a pretty well utilized unit here. They're doing pretty good damage. Now, over here, though, they're in much less good fights. Nakai is going to be able to grind through these guys. Nakai is, like, perfectly suited for killing Chosen. It's going to be slow going, for sure, because of the poison that they're imbuing on him. He's not going to be able to kill models as efficiently. But he will be able to chuck them down steadily and surely. Really nice, overcasted fleshy abundance here, but Nurgle is just in all kinds of shambles right now. And the Angels are getting lit up by the Umbral Tide and this Chameleon Skink right now. Ouch. Big ouch. Nurgle getting folded up a little bit currently. The Chosen are the only thing holding the line now, and they've gotten really good value, dude. Chosen are quickly becoming a personal favorite of mine. Of any shielded infantry, you know, Chaos Warrior-wise, I do think the Sword and Board Chosen are kind of the way to go now that they've got, better cap weight than other units in the game, now that they are, I don't know, now that you just have to interact with them. Because previously, all that people would need to do is just throw 2 units up on a point and just steal objectives away from your elite warriors. I know that they only got 2 more cap weight, but I will say that 7 cap weight versus like 2 infantry units on the same objective is a much slower cap than 5 to 10. So just playing very patiently with Chosen into the late game when your opponent is much more desperate to take points can pay off big time for you. I think that the big problem for Nurgle here is that they just don't have enough to get after the Umbral Tide. You know, you bring these Plague Ogres out, and they can do good damage to stuff like the Cohort and the Coldwind Spear Riders, but they're very vulnerable to this specific unit. This is like one of the linchpin units for the Lizardman roster. The Umbral Tide is just so good against large targets, and their kit is incredible. I mean, they've got 80 armor. They've got a decent amount of HP. I mean, 4100 is low, but it's better than most weapon team type units. They're fast as hell with 70 speed. Decent combat stats. They have AP weapon strength. Got a lot of ammo. See there, bonus versus large. They've got perfect vigor and stalk too, which is just like cream of the crop in terms of abilities to have. Especially in tandem, being able to run around at max speed at all times and never be tired, fight at max efficiency is super peak. And you add stalk onto that, and you're doing it while you're invisible, and you can reposition aggressively to take advantage of the 140 meter range. We love to see it, man. Great unit, and one that is very easily supported by the other elements in the Lizardman roster right now. You've got a lot of skirmish that can make it very difficult for your opponent to focus in on these guys. You've got heavy-hitting stuff like Feral Coldwind Spear Riders that can countercharge anything trying to get after them. Cohort of Waddle can bodyguard for them. Your Lords and your Monsters can also do the job. Just got so many options. But you'll see the Umbral Tide fairly often. Especially if you're, like, Chaos, and especially if you're Nurgle or Slaanesh, you have to be prepared for these guys. Slaanesh has pretty good options for killing the Umbral Tide. Nurgle, not so much. You don't really have anything safe to dive with into the backline. Furies are just too flimsy against Lizards. I've really kind of given up on using Furies against the Lizardmen outside of niche roles, like chasing down skinks and like rear charging Cold One Knights as they're engaged in combat. Because the big problem is aggressive Fury dives against the Lizardmen just get countercharged by Feral Cold Ones and Spear Riders, and then your Furies just die horribly. Because these guys get folded up by a stiff breeze if it's moving a little too quickly towards them. And Feral Cold Ones and Spear Riders have amazing weapon strength with a fairly competitive charge bonus. Plus the good mass they have means that they lock in massive numbers of Furies as the fight gets chaotic. And can be really ugly. Forsaken just shredding the red-crested skinks out here. One of the best uses for these guys is chasing down stuff like the chameleon, or not the chameleons, but the skink cohorts and the red-crested skinks and just taking them to town. While Forsaken do have good armor, you don't want to chase chameleons because they'll just never catch them. Chameleon skinks are faster than Forsaken, especially with poison on the Forsaken, you'll never catch a chameleon skink, but doing what they're doing here is pretty worth their time. Ripper Dactyl coming out. Ripper Dactyl is going to definitely help clean up this flank. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. Looks like they're going to go for the rear charge, which is a pretty good idea, just to help break leadership a little bit better. Excellent control, too. You know, Zoni lost the last game we saw from them against the Wood Elves because of missile play. Not having to worry about the missiles nearly as much this game. Zoni has been a lot sharper, it seems. These melee fights have been almost always in the favor of the Lizardmen. Not just in terms of, like, the outcomes. Outcomes can be a little bit random, you know, generally speaking. You have a pretty good idea of how it's going to go depending on what kind of charges you get off and what units are matched up against one another. But there can be leeway in performance, as always. You know, rolls are random. It's never a guarantee. But Zoni has just been so good about positioning is the big thing. There always seems to be a unit in the right place at the right time. A lot of that is practice, but sometimes that's just good. That's just good fortune, you know. I mean, sometimes you're game planning in your own head, and you're not necessarily nearly as worried about what your opponent is doing as much as you are concerned with just making sure that you've got your good tools on the field. This Ripper Dactyl summon was 100% because of these Forsaken, though. I really like the aggression with them. Just diving in there onto the rear of the Forsaken, breaking both units, and they were fairly healthy Forsaken units, too. Disallowing Nurgle to maneuver with those heavy infantry. And now having an opportunity to just totally ice this game out is the kind of thing that you, this is the kind of opportunity that you get because you've been pacing yourself over the course of a game very effectively.
Unending glory is yours.
You haven't overcommitted anywhere, and you've been very, very efficient about finishing up fights completely. Like, Nurgle never had opportunities to chase down any Lizardman units. Lizards were disintegrating demons aplenty. They had lots of engagements, so they were breaking Marauders. These Forsaken, both over here, getting routed by the pressure from the Ripper Dactyls. Lots of examples of the Lizardmen doing everything they can to get those extra little bits of value that really pay off by the end of a game. Saurus were very solid. Chameleons were good. Sacred Croxagore, it was fine. 1100 is okay. It was dead by the end of the game. The cohort of Waddle got 2500 value, which is great. Absolutely incredible. Rev Crystal was a big part of that. It was basically popping those heals on cooldown on the cohort of Waddle all game. I should have highlighted it a little bit, but I don't know. You can go back on the stream if you want to rewatch it, and you'll see it in the background. It's very well targeted heals. This unit is just so crazy. I mean, we can show it off real quick just so anybody who may not know why they're incredible can get a more solid foundation and education in why. Cohort of Waddle, in fact, I would say is like the proto-Wrathmonger unit. Like, crazy good stats for a monstrous infantry unit, like good HP, great armor, great leadership at 85. Way better than standard Kroxigors, who only have 70. I know they're an ROR, but still, even, you know, the regular Sacred Kroxigors get an extra 5 leadership. So, them getting the extra 10 being an ROR means they're up at 85, which means they're really hard to break. They get magic damage, and they have Dazed, which is a great imbuement. Minus 10 melee defense, and it lowers speed. And since they have splash attacks, they spread this onto whatever is in a pit fight with them. So they're really good against factions like Nurgle, because they lower the melee defense of units that are very reliant on melee defense, and they just completely shut Nurgle out from being able to get away with the speed debuff. Because Nurgle is obviously pretty slow across the board. Their mark used to make them slower than everybody else, but it doesn't anymore. Now they're just like the regular speed, but it's still minus 25% on something like a Forsaken, at which point Lizards with their superior mobility are able to just like swarm over those guys in numbers with like skinks into the sunset. Plus whatever actual counter units you have, like those Rippers. Good weapon strength is another awesome addition. And they got Perfect Vigor. Perfect Vigor is super busted. Any unit with this is almost guaranteed to be a top tier unit in the game, because they don't lose any stats over the course of the battle. And vigor reductions are substantial. You lose a ton of speed when you're exhausted. You lose like 25% of your melee attack when you're exhausted. Weapon strength goes down a little bit. Melee defense and exhausted drops. You lose a ton of charge bonus. You lose a ton of armor too. And armor is pretty important for most units. There is a lot of AP in this game. You know, maybe a little bit too much armor piercing, I would say. But generally speaking, it's still one of the more valuable, I don't know, I guess you'd call it a stat. One of the more valuable statistics for measuring units, like, sustainability, regardless. A lot of that's because of missiles. It's actually a lot fewer, AP missiles than there are, AP melee units. Right? Yeah, there really aren't that many, AP missile units when you really think about it. There's very specific archetypes. Alright, we got some round 5 games going. We got a lot of Nurgle today, dude. A lot of Nurgle, a lot of Khorne, a lot of Vampire counts, and Lizards. Actually might want to watch this Tomb King Skaven game, so we can see something a little different. I did miss it. I mentioned it, Piston. I didn't get to. I saw the outcome. I didn't see exactly what happened, but I figured that it had to have been something like that, because it's not a mistake that I've seen you make, just like fumbling Fleshhounds like that. I figured it had to have been that they just got really unlucky with the deployments. No Chowie is a crime. True. Chowie are so cool. So tough, like the Great Weapon variant 2 on Nurgle. Absolutely. Absolutely, dude. The Khorne chosen are a little more situational, in my opinion. The dual weapons especially. The Sword and Board version is pretty damn good into, like, Norska and a few other factions. Khorne, though, people really don't like fighting their infantry no matter what, so Oftentimes, people already have answers for like high-level infantry units, just because they're already dealing with bloodweight berserkers and stuff. I've been playing a little bit more mobility focused with Khorne, but they still have a place on this roster even. You know, even though people are already going kind of against you, having like one chosen to occupy a position and just never yield it is pretty cool. Plus, they have spell res, and spells are like always and forever will be one of the main counters to elite infantry. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. So give me like 3 or 4 minutes, guys. BRB. We're back. Howdy ho, folks. Fairly well-rounded. Yeah, the super strong single entities are, I think maybe a little overrepresented for the Chaos Dwarves. I think it's a bit of a shame, because I think the Chowie have a really cool roster that I think gets pigeonholed by the, just how insanely strong the Iron Demons are. I mean, the Iron Demons are and have been a absolutely dominant unit for them for quite a long time now. Right, we got one more game in round 5, and then it'll be time for semis. We've been going through this at a really nice pace. Very, very excited for the top 4 side of things, because we've got some really good players up here. Daceberg, I think, actually had to drop though, didn't he? Hold on, hold on. Oh, sorry, that's Corsair. Okay. I'm just talking in the Discord right now. We're gonna see what the top 4 games are gonna be before we make a decision on which one we'll be seeing. It looks like we've got Daceberger's on Wood Elves. Okay, Renataki was... Who was Renataki on today? I forget. Don't actually... Oh! Chaos Warriors. Interesting. And this Solo Lele, they're going to be in the top 4 as well, it looks like. They're on Vampire counts, so we got a very, we got a lot of the same faction for the tournament today. In terms of the factions, but the top 4 is very diverse. Don't have any duplicates, really. Sven on Nurgle is going to be rounding it out, I think, unless something really crazy changes anything. I don't think it will, though, because these guys are all like 5-0 and 4-1. Here, I'll just show you. If OBS will let me. Oh my God, OBS, why are you like this? Swear to God. There we go. Okay. So this is what our top 4 is, as it stands, and I don't think any of this changes unless there's like an error down here. Piston not quite making it. Gordon, what happened, man? Oh, that last round loss. Round 2 as well. And it looks like Piston had a rough patch in the middle there, but rounded out with a win. 3-2 is good, man, and, you know, you'll get there with Khorne. Khorne is a really tough faction, honestly, to get top 4 with consistently, I would say, because Khorne really does have some awful matchups that just make it incredibly difficult to get past. Oh, the Kadai Fireborn, yeah, they're pretty damn good. They do a lot of work. Which one was super close? Send that specific replay to me, Piston. I'd love to see that one. Now that Piston, you're never gonna not run into kite factions if you're playing Khorne, bro. It's going to always be something you have to deal with. Every faction has mobility to play around, and they will 100% do it against Khorne. Just can't face check the Blood God. It doesn't work. I don't think there's really any faction that can do it consistently well. There's definitely things that you can do to throw people off. It's kind of hard to rely on it, though. The big thing with Khorne is just staying even keeled about the faction, because if you practice with them enough, what you're going to learn is how to disrupt your opponent's shooting. Even if you don't kill them, if you can keep them running, then that's as good as dead, because you'll be able to hang on to the points and take them out. Who do you hate playing versus the most is Khorne? Honestly, none of those factions that you listed. I actually think that Empire, Britonia, Wood Elves are pretty annoying. I think Wood Elves are a little overrated against Khorne, personally. Wood Elves can just get destroyed by Khorne spamming fire damage and going for aggressive units. You just do like a bunch of Forsaken and Chaos Knights and like waves of Fleshhounds and Furies with just a few like Marauders to back it up. You can very quickly run down the Wood Elves. The worst factions that can kite you around are Slaanesh and Empire. Empire is really brutal. Beastmen are pretty good at it. It really depends on how good the Beastman player is, though. Beastmen, if they fumble for, like, just 1 or 2 engagements against Khorne, can get run over. But if your opponent's Synagore Micro is really good, they can just absolutely clown on you. Kislev is pretty good at kiting Khorne out as well. Not as good as some of these other factions. But I would say it's like Empire, Slaanesh, and Beastmen, and Britonia that are the worst. Oh, Dark Elves. Dark Elves are actually the worst. And then it's the Empire. And then I think Slaanesh. So those are the top 3 worst factions to play into as Khorne. Dark Elves are just almost impossible to handle. They just kite you forever, and you cry about it. Okay. The semis are up, so let's see what it looks like. Let's go get Sven again. Sven's our boy today for the live casts. Let's see if he can keep up the momentum on stream for us. It's going to be Nurgle against the Wood Elves too, which is a very interesting matchup. actually don't think Nurgle has too bad of a matchup into the Wood Elves. I don't think it's a very... I don't think it's risk-free at all, but it's definitely not as bad as... I think Slaanesh, honestly, has a worse matchup into Wood Elves than Nurgle does. And... Daysburg. Oh, it's Sven's first time in the semis. Don't be nervous. I'm just congratulating Dace real quick for going undefeated in bracket. Undefeated in bracket is hard. It's really tough. It is not easy at all. I can't remember the last time I swept bracket, in fact. What map are we on for semis? Glade of the Everqueen. It's a pretty good map for the Wood Elves, I can't lie. There's a lot of forests for them to actually fight in. Good spots for their casters, too, because their casters have an item that gives... or an ability, not an item. They have an ability that boosts their spell mastery in forests, which is going to be pretty wicked. I agree, Piston. If it wasn't for that Vanguard that just absolutely killed all of your Fleshhounds, that would have been a really close game. Oh, Ogres are a pretty good faction against Khorne's mobility. Ogres are a little bit more... Ogres are actually a matchup that... is a little bit different and deserves to be differently played by Khorne than into other factions, though. I have some builds against Ogres that I'm very comfortable with. Skaven and Cathay don't have a choice, and Skaven and Cathay aren't really kite factions as much as they are bunkering factions. You know, they just like get up on points and they just get so much shooting out that you can't approach after a certain point. Yeah. It's fine when the shooting is slower than you. When the shooting is faster, it's fucked. Exactly. And yeah, Brett's with their Mounted Yeomen and Royal Hippos. Hey, Final Boss, you sent me that sick replay where you won with the Soul Grinder. Guess what matchup the Soul Grinder's also good in? It's very good against Bretonnia. I love Soul Grinders versus the Bretonians. The Soul Grinder can actually shoot the Royal Hippogriffs with the cannon, and he's pretty accurate against them. And the chip damage is not insignificant. Add on to the fact that the Soul Grinder just insta-terror outs peasant mobs and such, and doesn't take a lot of damage from Mounted Yeomen. It's actually a pretty good tool to use in that matchup, because you can run it around with Skull Taker. And you've got a pretty nasty little fighting force at that point. You don't really need a whole lot. Those two can be really independent together. They shred infantry. And it's kind of hard for cavalry to deal with the two of them also. They can attract a lot of aggro, and then you can punish with Minos against Bretonnia at that point. And Skull Crushers aren't bad against Bretonnia either. Yeah, there you go. That's one way to do it. I've actually found a lot of success with I know Bloodthirsters are kind of bad, but against Ogres, that might be the one matchup where a Bloodthirster is actually okay. I love the Monkey, though. Monkey works, too. Monkey has a Rampage. You can do Soul, Skull Taker, and the Monkey Man. And he can do his 6 somersaults into his opponent and, like, slap him up. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me rehost the lobby. What the hell? Yeah, Wood Elves are crazy good. Okay, Sven. I was just not paying attention. I was so wrapped up in the conversation we were having in chat. Every time you don't want to tear around, I've gotten a few interactions where I couldn't catch a routing unit and they came back. Yeah, that can happen with terror-causing units. I would still say it's pretty advantaged. Just having the chance to chase down terror routing units is really good in and of itself. Like cavalry, like Knights of the Realm terror routing and then rallying not too far away and just being able to come right back can be pretty annoying, but I think it pays off for itself more often than it doesn't. Terror is a little bit RNG dependent, but the reason the Soul Grinder is so good as a terror-causing piece for Khorne is because it not only causes fear for the -8 leadership, it's fast, and its shotgun cannon, which it fires constantly. Every 5 seconds it's shooting that thing, counts as artillery, and artillery debuffs leadership by -10. And because of the way the shotgun cannon for it works, it will often collateral units. So it will debuff leadership by -10 on multiple units at once, pretty constantly. And with the speed, you can get good terror routes, because you're getting rear charges consistently. And you can just stack debuffs like crazy with that Soul Grinder. Because if you get a rear charge, the damage by artillery, and the fear modifier all proccing at once, that's -34 leadership, which is disgusting. There aren't a lot of units that will have enough leadership at that point to be able to withstand that pressure, and they will probably start running at that point. That's my personal... I don't know why it's changed the map. That's my personal reason for why I like it so much. The Soul Grinder honestly isn't even there nearly as much for getting value. It's actually pretty good at getting value. It can be a little bit up and down. It's not the most consistent unit, but for factions that have low leadership infantry and a lot of mobility, that's where the Soul Grinder shines. So that's Bretonnia and Greenskins. I think those are two matchups where the Khorne Soul Grinder is actually low-key kind of goated. That's my hottest take for you today. I don't think you'll find anybody else who will agree with me on that, but that's my 2 cents, and I stand by it. We got a super cool Wood Elf build here. We got Orion, we've got 4 Dryads, we've got 8... we've got pentuple Starfire Shafts, Glade Guard. Honestly, it might be a little bit overkill on the AP magic damage. The Chaos Warriors are going to be kind of hard to shoot down with all those Starfire shafts. Now, the Chaos Knights are going to be a great target, though. There are 2 of them, though. This is all going to come down, in my opinion. This game right here. Daceberg, it wins if Sven fumbles a dive. Or if Sven is too slow to push. The Chaos Warrior wall is going to be really good for just walking down the Dryads and the Glade Guard. But you're going to have to be very careful about where exactly it is that you're taking that push. If you're pushing in the open field, you're going to run into some problems. If the Chaos Warriors can push up into the trees and they can keep units pinned back up in here, and they can kind of like anchor here, Chaos Warriors up in these forests are actually really good. Because your opponent's got a deployment zone here, and they want to get in this tree line as the Wood Elves. And you can control it with the heavily armored warriors if you're really good about your positioning with them. Knights and Marauders and the Chaos Lord going to be moving up. It's a Sorcerer of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech not going to be very good against Orion. Orion is unbreakable. He's a terror-causing unit himself, and he's got this heal, Cloak of Aisha, below 25% HP. It wouldn't be that good, but he also does get 20% ward save when he goes below that HP threshold, so he does get a little bit difficult to snipe at low health. I think that item could stand with a little bit of a buff. But it's usually pretty worthwhile. First, Javelin coming out from Orion. Does make direct contact here. And Sorcerer Prophet loses 300 health. He'll regen it, but, you know, it's getting him closer to his heal cap, right? Even though this guy has one of the best healing items in the game, he is fairly limited in how much benefit he gets out of it. His heal cap is only going to get him up over, like, 8,000 HP in total. And Orion can definitely work that down pretty effectively. We get a really nice Javelin out of Orion there. He kills 5-6 models on the Marauder Horsemen. And then they get counterfired a little bit by the Starfire Shafts. Sven should actually pull the trigger right now because his opponent is still walking forward with the missiles, even though they're well within range already. So his opponent's missiles are honestly a little too close for comfort in the front line. Chaos Warriors looking to be going after the Dryads. Good attack there. Get a few throwing axes into the Dryads. Furies flying overhead need to be handled very carefully. Doing what you should be doing right now. So what you want to do, you want to use the Chaos Warriors to attack the Dryads in the front line if you can. Marauders need to find the gaps in the front line and trickle through. That way, the Chaos Knights can just charge down all of these lightly armored units, right? It's a pretty good jump on the Starfire Shafts here, but the Furies getting hammered by the Starfire Shaft shooting, and a Melkoth. Those are really nice Melkoths, too. Oh, and the Talons of the Hawk going down, or Hawk's Talon, to finish those guys off. Honestly, I think it would have been better on the Chaos Knights, but Sven is pretty good on the micro. He's probably going to be paying a little bit more attention than most people would be. So maybe passing up on it isn't that big of a deal. Almost cast the Pit of Shades back here, but, you know, cancels it by using Melkoths instead, which is, you know, very consistent against Knights. Knights need to get out of here. The Spawn need to follow up on the attack, and the Marauders could go in here and buffer for these Knights, who can then rampage through all of the Glade Guard. Oh, perfect. Nice switch here. Pit of Shades in a very awkward spot. Not really hitting much of anything right now. Throwing axes, going to be really effective against the Firebark Elders. These guys have fire resistance, and they're like a better treekin, but they're really not that great. Daceberg's engagements are not looking super good for him right now. The Glade Guard are very unsettled. 2 of them have been fully shut down, I would say. Do have the Dryads pushing a Marauder back. These Chaos Warriors are anchoring the point, though. And the other two Dryads are getting absolutely manhandled by the Chaos Warriors. Spawn should get off of this fight and go push the Glade Guard, though. That Unbreakable Spawn unit is going to require a pretty significant response from the Wood Elves. And you can see a good reaction here from Sven now, getting after them. Got some Warhounds coming in. The Horsemen doing good damage, but the Chaos Knights have not been super impactful, unfortunately. That can happen against the Wood Elves. They've got a lot of really good tools to use against Knight units. And wide builds, especially for the Wood Elves, tend to be a little bit tricky to attack. And Daceberg has done such a good job of continuing to pressure down the Knights, as well as the Throwing Axes, who have not been able to really compromise any meaningful positions here. Spawn getting absolutely annihilated in the pocket here. They do push into the backfield, but the Dryads and the Eternal Guard have been doing so well holding the line. And the Chaos Warriors going to be very unequal to the task of tackling the Wildwood Rangers and the War Dancers here. War Dancers are honestly pretty good into armored infantry. They do output a decent amount of damage with their armor piercing. They've got a good bonus versus infantry, and just good stats, period, do mean that they typically are able to take down something like a Chaos Warrior, because these guys just don't hit very consistently against 38 melee defense. Hound's doing a little bit of damage back here. I don't know if they're going to pay for themselves. Sven looks to be losing a little bit of momentum. It's going to be a really good Hawk's Talon here on top of the Chaos Warriors as well. Big ouch, dude.
You have the foe's victory.
Not terrible, though, and the Eternal Guard are going to be the first unit to tangle with those Chaos Warriors. Wildwood Rangers moving into position, decent value on them. The Throwing Axes are doing very well right now. The Chaos Knights with Lances, they just can't do it, man. They've been so mediocre this game. The Wild Riders, and then the Focus Fire from all the Starfire Shafts, I think, has just been a little too much for them. Fury Dive onto the Glade Guard. Again, a really good Fate of Buna on that Wild Rider. Fury's compromised, though, and gonna crumble out here. Furies have awful leadership. You know, once they crumble, it is game over for them. They do not rally leadership. That's a 650 gold unit, and they just haven't been very effective. Sven has a value lead. We'll see how true that is into the later stages, though. A very healthy Glade Guard line is usually a bad sign for a faction to have to grind into. And the Warriors are just not quite anchoring this. Yeah, just not quite able to. The Noxbringer, ironically enough, would have been a better unit into this Wood Elf build than the Knights are. I like the Knights because Knights are very good at getting into Way Watchers. Also really good against the Swift Shiver Shards. Well, you don't see those nearly as often for the Wood Elves as you used to. The AP is a lot more useful against Chaos, typically, and these guys still have magic damage, so also pretty good against those. Another Fate of Buna on the Wild Riders, trying to finish those guys off. There is actually an opening here. It's not a very big one, and it's going to require some very, very slick micro on the part of Sven, I would say. Yeah, get these horsemen out of here, get these Forsaken into this combat. Do not miss this charge. Very unfortunate. Missing the charge here is actually going to hurt a lot, and then the Forsaken here get hammered by Pit of Shades. And the Furies just can't stick around, man. The Furies are just too flimsy. The shooting has been excellent, man. Dace had a tricky pickle to fight his way out of in the mid-game. but did a really good job of rallying to the backfield and pretty expertly parried the Marauder pressure especially. You might not think it's important to kill the Marauders who are pushing into your backline, but Marauders are very good against Glade Guard. A Marauder versus a Glade Guard is always going to be ending up with a dead Glade Guard because of the low HP on these guys. And they've got okay stats for a missile unit, but it's really not that good no matter how you slice it. God, dude, the spell casting has been so good too. And Orion has been a nightmare to deal with. A 1,500 value on Orion. And a lot of that's coming from the Hounds and the Hawk's Talon too. I'm very impressed by this Wood Elf play. This is not just,
has been destroyed.
This is not a skill gap at all. This is just a incredibly clean Wood Elf build execution. Like, everything is just kind of clicking right now. Even when Sven is able to compromise the backfield, he's not able to finish anything off. Like, look at all of these Glade Guard that are just hanging around with, like, you know, 66 models here, healthiest one left. These guys have 46, these guys have got 39, but they got a lot of ammo left. Even if they just sit out here and they're just slowly poking units down, they're going to get great value that way. And the front line didn't do bad either. You know, the Wildwood Rangers were pretty damn good. The War Dancers were a pain. Oh, wow, we had a Azrai Spear War Dancer, too. I did not notice these guys until just now. I am an appreciator of the Azrai War Dancers, personally. I think they're a deceptively strong unit. Didn't do amazing here. Only 300 value. Very healthy, though. Firebark Elders just 8 damage for days. Only got 309 value, but I guarantee you they wasted like a good 4 or 5 volleys from the Marauder Horsemen. The Horsemen have the AP to get through the Firebark Elders, but there is Fizzres on Treekin as well, which needs to be taken into account. They're just an obscenely difficult unit to pick apart. Yeah, look at the value on this shooting line. All of these units up-traded. Only one Dryad did good, but Orion and the Spellcaster were also very disruptive. 1,200 on the Spellcaster, who costs like 800. Orion is very expensive, but he actually paid for himself. And he was very healthy at the end. He had a long way to go on paying himself off. Okay, please let me open this. The hell are the Wood Elves? At the bottom. I think Orion even had everything on. Maybe he didn't have these. But yeah, I mean, with his optimal kit, which is what I would bring him with, Cloak of Isha, Hounds, Hawk's Talon, 2100, so he just barely up-traded, but him actually getting his value back is pretty incredible. Usually he's cost inefficient, but in that Nurgle game, he did amazing. I mean, he just had so much that he was able to fight and chip down with his Javelin and his anti-large attacks. Nurgle didn't have a great way to defend itself from him. No Noxbringer into Wood Elves, agreed. It is kind of madness. Yeah, the Hagbane tips are really good. I would mix in like 2 Hagbane tips to that Starfire Shaft line. I think the AP is still really good, but, you know, a few poison bow units definitely would help with the aggression. And keep them off your back a little bit longer. If Daniken struggles as Nurgle in this matchup, it's always going to be uphill. I agree. It's tough, dude. Wood Elves are just so mobile and have so many tools at their disposal. Their HP is the weak point. Even that's kind of hard to take advantage of at times. Nurgle is okay into them. It's definitely not favored for Nurgle by any means. If any Chaos faction can scrap against the Wood Elves, then Khorne probably has the best odds. There's just so many good units here for Khorne, and they trade very well into the Wood Elves. Marauders of Khorne actually do really good damage to Eternal Guard. You don't have to spend time with Chaos Warriors fighting in the front line. I really do believe that Forsaken are a better option because they're faster. They can help follow up charges from Chaos Knights. Plus, they are ITP. No terror routes from any, like, cheesy sources from the Wood Elves. Not that Wood Elves have anything too crazy, but they do have, like, some stuff that they can throw out that can really mess with leadership and such. Anyways. We're going to make a new lobby. We're going to pull both of our finalists in here. I don't know why it keeps defaulting to Eastern Isle Colony. It's freaking baffling. I hate this map. I hate Eastern Isle with a burning passion. I don't know why I can't play well on this map. I've lost like 4 straight games and tournaments on it. So if you ever want to counterpick me onto a map, try and get me on Eastern Isle. For whatever reason, I just can't figure out how to play on it. It sucks. It's a very narrow map. I really like more open maps. I really like to be able to maneuver around a lot. This one pins me in a little too much. What map are we on? Where the hell is the, There it is. Oh, it is on Eastern Isle. Oh, okay. 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 Wood Elves versus who? Renataki is on... Who are they on again? I guess we'll just find out. Let me go, invite them. I don't know why I keep forgetting what Renataki is playing. I'm just so used to seeing them play Vampire Counts. And they're just not playing that right now, so... I don't know. While they're picking armies, we can look at faction win rates. So... We've got Wood Elves here with the highest win rate. Oh my god, they're destroying Nurgle. Their Khorne is actually getting wrecked worse, though. Really? I've had plenty of success against Wood Elf players as Khorne, and I've played really good Wood Elf players too. I don't know what the cause of that is. Wood Elves are just kind of hard to play into, period. They skew so heavily to specific styles that if you're not used to playing into, like, mass mobility and mass archers, you can struggle with your dives, and that can be a death sentence against factions like the Wood Elves. Cannot fumble dives. So, Wood Elves, Dark Elves, and Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay a little less so. Dwarves and Chaos Dwarves. Those factions are ones where your dives have to be pretty much perfect to be able to take them down. Empire I would almost put on that list, but Empire you can kind of give the runaround to sometimes, just because the Empire has such poor infantry. Khorne can just disrupt the Empire endlessly. Can't really do that against the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are just too long range, so they can just settle in and shoot you to bits in a way that Empire can't quite do. You can get pretty close to, though. Dowie are just stupendously resolute. They're hard to break in. They're hard to break in on. They can be a real irritating faction to grind against. Oh, people brought the Dowie win rate back up. Thank goodness. About time, dude. Khorne was down at like 30% win rate against the dwarves for a little bit, but Dowie are pretty easy for Khorne if you just spam bloodletters and a few minotaurs or something. You can shut down iron breakers and the like with furies and then get back there and kill them with the minos. As long as you don't fumble things away one at a time, you can pretty generally keep them at bay. Long rifles for the Empire make dives always feel bad. There's a few things the Empire can do. The worst thing to run into is the War Wagon kite. War Wagons are so obnoxious. They are impossible to catch. You can't do damage to them because of the way that they're designed. When they're running away from stuff like Fleshhounds, they have a bunch of armor, and it just seems like Fleshhounds can't quite make contact with them effectively. Plus, you got to worry about Empire Knights and Knights of the Black Rose and all that other nonsense. Long rifles, I'm actually a lot more comfortable with diving because, at the very least, Haakon long rifles, they may have a lot of range, but they're immobile range. They only have like 35-foot speed. They are not going to escape from you if you collapse on them. Against long rifles, you just widen your formation out really big, surround the Empire as much as possible, and try and pull the Hawklins deep into the battlefield before you just go for a massive rush and just collapse from every angle. And the Empire does not have the kind of meat and potatoes to be able to survive that against Khorne oftentimes. We'll see about it here. Oh, we've got Warriors of Chaos, that's right. So we've got a Shadows caster. Gotta be very careful with characters like that. Finally seeing a Glade Lord from our Wood Elves player. Preva Nothrema is going to be available. Get 2 Khorne Knights with lances. I don't know about the Lance Knights. I'm not a huge fan of them, even after the cost reduction. I still think Sword and Board is better for Knights because the stats keep them around a lot longer. I don't think the shock damage is nearly as important for the Chaos Knights personally. They don't pile into combat all that effectively to begin with, which is a big problem for their business. Okay, we gotta save the builds here. Dace crashed out, so I'm gonna get them back in. Let's go to screenshots. Oh yeah, because it's Steam screenshots. Totally different folder. Give me a sec, guys. I don't know why Steam thinks it's all cool and whatnot. Just want to see the biz. Put in the same folder as all the other screenshots I've taken on my computer, bro. Cancel out of that. There we go. Okay. Runataki is ready, but Dace needs a minute. super frustrating when you crash out, because when it happens, whoever crashes out, when they come back in, it doesn't save your build like it normally does, so then you have to remake your entire army, and it's so annoying. You know, because you want to get all the same units in, because that's how, you know, drops are handled. You have to bring all the same stuff. But it can be a little confusing sometimes, because your thought process can be a little bit, you know, your thought process goes to a lot of different places in the process of building an army, so sometimes you can just, like, kind of confuse yourself on one or two units, and one or two units can make all the difference for the composition of a force and how it actually ends up performing on the battlefield. Can you just hit print screen and then paste into Paint? I could, but I use Steam for screenshots. I wish it would just put them in the same folder as other screenshots that you do with, like, the windscreen print screen. Yeah, what's up, Daniel? It's been a good tournament, too. We've had a lot of really close games. And some people have been sending me some replays that they're really hype about. So I'm definitely going to take some time to cast those. Tomorrow, guys, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me post this here so that y'all can get hype about it. We're doing another event tomorrow at 1 p.m., which is going to be incredible. It's going to be so hype. I'm very excited for it. I posted it in Turin's Discord. Good for you, Harvey. Absolutely get out there, man. Thank you. It's actually awesome. Yeah, we're doing our weekly new player tournament. Okay, we're already in game. Jesus, okay. So, Glade Lord on the Eagle, not a super common sighting, but going to be fairly annoying here, because being able to fly around in the sky is very different from being stuck on the ground, especially when it comes to stuff like Marauder Horsemen attacking you. Marauder Horsemen are really short range, and throwing axes especially can struggle to hit flyers because of the way aerial units move. They're very jerky. You know, they can kind of bounce around, and it can be kind of difficult for the throwing axes with their slow missile velocity to make consistent contact with flyers. I would be going over to poke the Chaos Sorcerer personally. He doesn't have a shield. Even though you don't have a ton of AP on this missile, it will poke through 100 armor a little bit. And then you'll still get the 84 armor-piercing damage. You'll probably do about 100 damage with each shot. It's a lot of ammo to have to use to get through all his HP, but any extra amount, so when he does come out of the force and you hit him with the Prey of Anath Rama, absolutely munch through him. Wood Elves taking a pretty aggressive position to scrap over the number 1. They've got a War Dancer moving into the Marauders here. Dace getting a great charge of the War Dancers, dude. I've noticed that the infantry charge bonuses seem to be proccing a little bit cleaner. It seems like infantry pile into combat better. So these War Dancers are just absolutely massacring the Marauders right now. Brutally uneven fight for the Warriors of Chaos right now. Renataki needs to be careful about the engagements. Like I said, you don't want to fumble any of your attacks, because you'll very quickly land yourself in the slammer when it comes to the value trading. It's very even, though. I would say that the pushes have been very measured and well handled so far, and the Chaos Warriors are actually skirting the War Dancer fight. I would say that's a... Well, actually, no, it's not. considering the melee defense on these War Dancers, just pulling away from that and keeping the Chaos Warriors out of that tar pit is actually a pretty good idea. Got Chaos Warriors grinding through the Eternal Guard here. Wild Riders charging down the Chaos Warriors, and they get hit by a Melkoth. Very patient on the casts so far from Renataki, and used on a very excellent target here. Wild Riders taking horrible damage, and here come the Chaos Knights with the Lances, hiding in the trees, and the War Dancers with no charge defense. Actually get into contact with the Knights, but the Knights' awful charge. What the hell was that? So disordered. Not able to do much of anything to the War Dancers right here. It's very unfortunate. You really need your Knights to land good charges. And this is another reason why I prefer the Sword and Board variant. Because if your Knights fumble a charge, the Lance Knights are losing out on what they're best at. The Sword and Board Knights, they don't care nearly as much because they have like 15 extra melee defense. They grind in combat really well against the Wood Elves. But it's nothing too disastrous. Renataki still has the lead. Wraiths of the Frozen Heart getting hammered by this Chaos Knight. This one got a good charge off, and it's doing some pretty substantial damage to a very elite Wood Elf unit right now. Treekin coming in to anchor on the Eternal Guard. This is looking really scary for Daceberg, actually. Not a very substantial missile line back here. You got some Swift Shiver Shards, and that's about it. Some Hagbang Tips doing a good job of poking throwing axes, but nothing to really hammer the Knights like we saw last game. This Chaos Knight is able to sweep up the remaining War Dancers, gets hit by Melkoths, but they are Khorne Knights, so spell resistance very much online and keeping them away from a majority of the damage there. Gotta be careful about charging Eternal Guard. You're gonna get a good bit of damage on the initial impact. Oh my god, but a beautiful Pravenoth Rama on the Chaos Knights now. Eternal Guard going to be able to get some effective damage in against these guys with the AP spears. Not really halberds, I mean. Most AP spear-esque units are like actually halberds, but these guys are, you know, rocking a shield and everything, so they're a little bit unique in that regard. Dryad's going to come in. They're not going to do very well against the Lance Knights, though. Their melee attack is a little low, honestly. They're very poor into armor, and the Chaos Knights of Khorne have 130 armor. They're basically invincible to any base weapon damage. And Dryads only have 5 AP, which is absolutely abysmal. Beautiful Pit of Shades on top of the Chaos Warriors. The Marauder Horsemen get all up in that business, too, and they take a heinous amount of damage here. Hellstriders waiting in the wings, helping grind down the Eternal Guard. Brutal Melkoths on them. They do not have any spell resist, so they're getting hammered by it. Hagbane Tips are also chipping away at them, and their HP is getting really low, but a full, overwhelming collapse on the middle from the Warriors of Chaos. They will very easily be able to hang on to this middle point for probably several minutes. I don't foresee them having too many problems. Oh, Exalted Hero needs to be careful fighting the Eagle Spellsinger and getting caught by Glade Riders now. Did get a really nice Melkoths on the Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shards. Chaos Knights need to peel here immediately. You cannot lose your Lord against the Wood Elves. It gets ugly very quickly. If you lose your Lord here as the Warriors of Chaos, you're going to be at a leadership disadvantage against a very high leadership faction and a faction with just a ton of mobility to punish you. Definitely want to avoid it as long as possible. Beautiful countercharge with the Chaos Knights here, and another really good Melkoths. This one hitting the Glade Riders, and the Glade Riders are taking a majority of the damage at the beginning of this fight here, since they were leading the charge. Wild Rider's going to be the ones taking the remaining poke from the Chaos Knights, who have 900 value, which is pretty respectable. This Chaos Knight back here with 835 still has about half its HP. Going really deep on the Swift Shiver Shards now. Oh, that was the Exalted Hero, not the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Oh, really tricky. I didn't even notice this guy coming in. So the Chaos Sorcerer Lord's fine. Exalted Hero is the one going down, so really not that big of a deal at all then. You got a lot of beat-up units for the Warriors of Chaos, but you got a good value lead. Just delay the Treekin on this back point with your Hellstriders. Kill these Treekin. I would maneuver one of the Marauders over. Yeah, you get a Marauder here, so maneuver the Marauders over. Unsummon these two super beat-up Chaos Warriors as soon as possible, and just summon out Forsaken and more mobility to lock this game down. Forsaken are absolutely goated against Wood Elves, because Swift Shiver Shards just don't do enough damage to Forsaken to kill them quickly. You saw that volley there. I mean, most of those shots hit, and I mean, they lost 700 HP, which is no joke, but definitely not enough to burst down these Forsaken. They'll just pull back, wait for a good opportunity to dive in, and then they'll just shred something on the charge because they are just so uber effective with that weapon strength. And 40 charge bonus on infantry is buffoonish. That's better than a lot of cavalry units, in fact. Stuff like Coldwind Knights and, I mean, Hellstriders have 40 charge bonus, and we all know how strong those are. Forsaken having, you know, an extra 20 models with even better weapon strength than something like a Hellstrider. On the charge, these guys shred, man. Against this low armor faction, love them. Absolutely indispensable unit. So, all the knights have been dealt with, but they did get really solid value. 1,300 and 1,000. And you gotta remember the investment into killing these guys. It has been a lot of ammunition. It's been a lot of magic. As many like abilities as are effective against them as possible. You've had, like, you know, Wild Riders charging them down. Even if they didn't pay for themselves, they've distracted as well as they could and have allowed other elements of the Warriors' army to get some very effective value. I would not move off the middle. What you do is you box out here. You get all your infantry and just form a brick wall that the Wood Elves can't move through. Forsaken on the back point, attacking the War Dancers, and you get a collapse from the other side with the Chaos Knights. Getting that last little bit of value. Look at the HP melting off of the War Dancers, man. It's the power of that Forsaken charge bonus. And then the Chaos Knights kind of alley-ooped a little bit there, too. Nice little bit of extra work being done there. Wild Hunters of Kurnus are very, very beleaguered here. Nothing left in the tank. Chaos Chariot's getting bullied a little bit. The value has swung back for Daceburg somewhat. We got movement back to the number 1. I mean, there's this one tattered Dryad, that's about it, but you just don't want, like, a cavalry unit to just walk over here and steal it from you, and then your infantry have to do even more work to get back there. You're holding in the back objective fine. It could be going a little bit better. You don't have anything to answer these Treekin who are grinding through you pretty effectively, but just waves of infantry are going to be a big problem for stuff like the Glade Riders to handle. Really, the only units that are effective against the infantry right now are the War Dancers and the Wildwood Rangers. And even for these units who are uber efficient at killing things in their counter range, like War Dancers, they'll beat a Marauder, but it's going to take them time to get through all that. And that's quickly becoming the main factor to consider in this game. In fact, I think it's almost triple cap territory for Daceburg. Dace lost to the number 3 for a decent amount of time there. Didn't really hold the middle for very long. Chaos Warriors being sacrificed so that the Wildwood Rangers are held up for a little bit of extra time. Chaos Warriors here fighting the Dryads do get rear charged by the War Dancers. Not great for them. They will be able to turn around. They're not going to win this fight amazingly, but the War Dancers are pretty beat up, so they should be able to grind that unit's remaining HP down. Marauders are actually very good at trading into Wildwood Rangers, believe it or not. Standard Marauders a little less so. Stuff like Norskin Marauders or Khorne Marauders are a little bit better, but even there, like, a charge attack against a Wildwood Ranger with a Marauder typically ends up with the charge bonus favoring the Marauders on a cost basis. If you can just fix the Wildwoods and get a rear charge with something like these Hellstriders that are zooming in, that's where you can really overwhelm the Wood Elves. Forsaken, Treekin are just pounding everything that they're fighting here in this objective scrap. Warriors of Chaos are moving up some more warriors, though, and that's going to be a big roadblock. Again, more time that the Wood Elves can ill afford. And look at the Exalted Hero has been routing for like 3 or 4 minutes at the very least. I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but he's been routing for a long time. And those Glade Riders were just stuck on him for the entire duration of that, and they got 63 value poking him. He's going to rally here. He could run over the War Dancers, and look at the control. Renataki gave him an attack order, but it looks like he may have dropped it. That's unfortunate. See if he does anything. He's on the Gorebeast Chariot. Gorebeast Chariots are kind of terrible in my opinion, but sometimes they can do things. Hellstriders holding up the advance of the Wood Elves, doing a very good job of providing cap weight here also. Wildwoods are still fairly healthy. Warriors of Chaos need a little bit of assistance on that side point. They get a Lance Knight coming out. What is that really going to do on this point? I don't think it's good to send him over there. I think the number 1 is a much more critical point for the Warriors of Chaos right now. All they have is a Marauder here. I guess, well, actually, you know what? You've got such little time, you can just bunker up on that last point. And just delay the cap here. That's really all you need to do. The Warriors have plenty of time to continue this fight. This is one of those games that could go on for another, like, 20 minutes. You know, if the tickets weren't what they are. The Wood Elves did a very good job of scrapping back into that. This was Dace's first tournament with them, no less, so I'm very, very impressed with the performance, honestly. This is a very tough faction to learn. The Wood Elves are strong, but you have to have good micro to really take maximum advantage with them. So for this being a first time, I think it's really showing off Dace's skill set, which is micro, attention to detail, minimizing losses, and taking advantage of opponents' build mistakes. But Renataki just went Warrior Wall and then backed it up with really good Chaos Knight play, and just wave after wave of Forsaken, and you know, the Exalted Hero ended up with about 1,000 value, even though he was stuck in Glade Riders running away for, God, like 50% of that game, it felt like. He ended up with solid work being done by him. The Forsaken were actually the weak link here. But I do think that's because Daceberg had to pour so many resources into handling them. And it was just really effective playing for time. Look at 3,000 value on the Chaos Lord of Shadows. Are you serious? That is vile, dude. Spellsinger got 2,200, but I've got to give it up to this Chaos Sorcerer Lord. He's sneaking in under the radar. I thought he was around like 2,000 or so, but he absolutely was carrying portions of that game. Just messaging our finalists, congratulating them. That was a really, really well-played finals game. It might have looked a little more dominant than it did for the Warriors of Chaos. They weren't winning nearly as decisively as the final score would indicate, that they just, like, totally dominated the points. They did a really good job of playing them and pushing their opponents back, but the Wood Elves were scrapping value at the end of that match. They did a really good job of threatening caps at the end. If they had another 3 or 4 minutes to work with, I think they could have swung that one all the way around. Oh, we've got Semi's game. Everybody seems to have had a good time. Which is great. Yeah, the double knight control was really clean that last match. And like I said, they may not have... They didn't both pay for themselves, but their value was respectable while also attracting enough attention that it allowed the rest of the Warriors of Chaos army to get their job done. Chaos and Greenskin's favorite MP factions, hate them in campaign. I actually feel the same way about Khorne. Khorne is my multiplayer faction. I hate their campaigns. They're so boring. I love I mean, they're obscenely overpowered in campaign. God, dude, it's ridiculous. Like, the Khorne campaign mechanics, you just steamroll the whole map in about 100 turns. It offers, like, no challenge. But in multiplayer, Khorne is, like, the perfect faction for me because they offer, like, they offer a totally unique experience for me. You don't have magic, but you've got lots of mobility, and it really comes down to, like, your tactical choices and decision-making, and then you've got to work around your lack of, like, control via magic, which I think is really fun, and it honestly works pretty well. Despite being at a huge disadvantage because you don't have magic of any kind, Khorne does have enough counterplay that it makes for a very interesting pick and, like, counter-pick system as to how you're going to deal with your opponent's magic. Like, you can go for units like Karanak and, like, try and totally shut it down. You can try and snipe with Valkia. You can go for lords like Arbal, who are really hard to snipe because they have, like, tons of spell resist or something. You know, Skull Taker just runs in and heals, and he just ignores spells oftentimes. There's a lot of things you can do, man. It's great. Felt weird not playing. I really love watching other people play. I love playing the game. Don't get me wrong, but there's something very, very soothing and really enticing about watching Warhammer in particular as a spectator sport. I don't think people give multiplayer enough of a chance. I really don't. I understand Total War started out as like a single-player experience, and it wasn't until Warhammer 3 came out that I even got into the multiplayer side of things for real. I just never connected with land battles, but I just think Domination Mode and now Conquest have, like, really opened up the game in a really good way, and CA's continued development of the systems within the entire breadth of the gameplay experience has actually made it so that campaigns are still really fun and multiplayer is fairly well balanced, especially for the Dom side of things. I mean, I've shown you all the win rates already. You're talking about a faction setup that includes 24 unique factions with what's got to be over 1,000 units at this point. Or maybe not quite that. That's an exaggeration, but several hundred unique units. And you're talking about the factions being mere percentage points apart in terms of win rates. You know? That is really impressive. None of them being below a 40% win rate is a massive win in terms of balance, in my opinion. I know there's variations within all of that. I know there's always going to be a little bit of jank, but I don't mind putting up with a little bit of it for what we have now. I'm trying to decide what we're gonna do. I've got time for a couple more replays. I want to see if there's anything, like, really unique in terms of matchups here. Oh my god, we've had a Khorne and Bretonnia matchup. Let's actually go watch that, because that was a matchup that was the topic of a question not too long ago, which was, what factions do you hate seeing as Khorne for its kite and mobility play? And Bretonnia is very hot on that list. This is a really tough matchup for Khorne, believe it or not. It is obscenely difficult to play into Bretonnia. They have so many good answers for your demons, for your mobility, for your infantry even. I mean, just Alberic and Hippogriff Knights form a really ugly goon squad that can be kind of hard to wrangle at times. Since they're flyers and they have such high mass, they just push in and out of your positions so freely, it can be very overwhelming to deal with. Agreed. That's like the Khorne aura farming. You know, it's like, okay, we'll let Skulltaker finish.
Fly at the foe. Show Khorne your honor.
Thank you, Skulltaker. Anyways, the Khorne infantry just, like, waddling through like a pit of shades to go, like, beat the crap out of their opponent is, like, peak aura farming. You know, you've got, like, the power of interdimensional rifts being thrown at your opponent, and they just shake it off, and they just come and steamroll you anyways. It's beautiful. You got a fairly interesting Khorne build here. You don't... Honestly, Warrior Wall has kind of fallen by the wayside as of late. Into Bretonnia, though, it's actually a little bit safe. Because the only great way for Bretonnia to handle Chaos Warriors is getting, like, decisive engagements with their terror-causing units, rear-charging with questing knights, field trebuchets, which you just don't see from Bretonnia ever. Artillery is already hard enough to defend, and the trebuchets are just too inaccurate, in my opinion. They almost always pay for themselves, but they usually are just not doing it in a very timely manner. It's better to have, like, higher impact artillery, in my opinion. I just don't see trebuchets being that at all. Skull Crushers moving up. I love Skull Crushers in this matchup. They are excellent against the Bretonnian Knights. The only thing that they lose to in a head-up engagement is Grails. Grail Knights do beat them. They're really good at countercharging Hippogriffs. The thing that you want to do with Skull Crushers to kind of keep them on the flanks and have Flesh Hounds near them. So you got, like, Skull Crushers here, Flesh Hounds, like, kind of waiting in the wings, and you use them to countercharge. Skull Crushers aren't the ones that you send out to take the head-up fight, actually. Skull Crushers are best used as a countercharge unit. Like, your opponent engages with their questing knights onto your Chaos Warriors. Skull Crushers go in and hit the exposed flank. And then you use the Flesh Hounds to follow up on damage, or you use them to totally pin in your opponent's cavalry. That's the 1-2 combo that I think works really well for Khorne. And I do like Flesh Hounds in this matchup. A lot of people might be afraid to bring Flesh Hounds because of, like, Knights of the Lionhearted and stuff, and that's understandable. Your opponent will probably get a really decisive engagement on Flesh Hound at some point. But that's why you play cautiously with these guys. You don't use them way out on the wings, away from support. Push them like this. Like, have this Flesh Hound and the Skull Crushers just go balls deep for the Questing Knight right now. Like, your opponent just summoned in a 1,200 gold cavalry unit. They're probably not going to be able to move them across the field if you ratchet up the pressure enough here. You get the Flesh Hounds running back to the main formation. There's nothing for this unit to do here except for, like, rear charge stuff. Using them to harry down the Questing Knights and catch them and allow the Skull Crushers to get a decisive charge off would be pretty huge. Flesh Hounds over here just dying horribly. Royal Hippogriffs, probably the culprit. Seems about it. Alberic, I'm sure, doing his fair share of the work there. Skulltaker needs to be very careful. Don't want to leave Skulltaker to get comboed like this. You do have a Fury unit landing in here. They'll be able to buffer a little bit of damage. And a Fleshhound coming out now. I think that's too many Fleshhounds. I think 2 is the sweet spot in terms of having them available on the field. And the Skull Crushers waited way too long. They still get a good engagement against the Knights of the Lionhearted, but Foot Squires are on their rear, which is not great. And the Questing Knights and another Knight of the Realm are here to probably hammer these guys down. I mean, they're shredding through the Knights of the Lionhearted at the least, though. Oh my goodness. Brutal damage from the Skull Crushers here. Hippos get back up in the air. The Warriors are just not moving, dude. They are annihilating this front line. This is Bretonia's biggest weak point, dude. Their frontline quality is shit. Absolute utter garbage. I mean, look at the Chaos Warriors here. They stood their ground against an AP bonus versus infantry greatsword unit. They took a lot of damage, sure, and they did need Fleshhounds to help them, but they held their own. They ground out 323 value against a counter unit. Almost gave as good as they got, and for a halberd, that's pretty indispensable, because being able to double up in any meaningful way on duty and giving yourself a little bit more breathing room as a result can make a huge difference as to whether your opponent's able to, like, get momentum against you or not. The Chaos Warriors are healthy as clams. I mean, this unit has taken 204 damage, and they just brutalized a bunch of peasant mobs and battle pilgrims. Some men-at-arms, maybe. Look at the value on these guys. Beautiful value on the Chaos Warriors. Warrior Wall winning for a change is a really nice thing to see. The Skull Crushers, if you had attacked earlier with them, you could have, I think, gotten the more decisive engagement and still have these guys around, but, I mean, 1400 value is not bad at all. I would just pull back to all the Warriors and just play around them for the rest of the game. Support the Khorngors on this back objective. There's not a lot Bretonia can do against these positions. And in fact, here's a really smart thing to do. This is what I've started to do against Bretonia. Bretonia wants to charge down all the Chaos Warriors, and your halberds are too slow to react. But guess what they don't have? They don't have any way to punish you if you just stack your halberds on top of your warriors. Literally, just make a gigantic, disgusting brick of warriors with, like, deep-set ranks with the Chaos Warriors spread throughout the whole thing. Or with the halberds, I should say, spread out through the entire formation, and Bretonia can't do anything about that. They can't charge at the Hippogriff Knights at that point. Not really. They can land in the middle of all of it, but the halberds are going to be saturated in with warriors, and they'll have good surrounds on the hippogriffs. They'll be able to pull them apart a little bit better at that stage. And your opponent doesn't have trebuchets, so they can't punish you for it. And the Lifecaster is only got Earthblood, so no, whatchamacallit, the Dwellers Below. That's the big AoE damage spell. Honestly, a really nice collapse here from Khorne. Questing Knights are a really good unit, but they're very weak if they are the ones getting charged. Because they're pretty reliant on their armor, because their melee defense is fairly low, and Khorne Furies have a lot of melee attack, guys. 46 when they're fresh, 39 when this unit is tired is pretty nuts. You can see a lot of damage going down on those poor boys. More Bretonia just, like, fruitlessly grinding against Khorne in the front line. Chaos Warriors against Foot Squires. Foot Squires will get good value here, but they're not going to be able to decisively break this Chaos Warrior unit. Knights of the Realm having to get in on the flank is not going too well. Oh no, and look at Alberic. Alberic has been used very well so far this game. Oh my god, barely able to squeak away. The Minotaurs could have killed him in just a few seconds, man. Minotaurs are a nightmare for Bretonia as well. They do massive damage. As long as the Minotaurs aren't alone and getting jumped by multiple Knight units, they tend to do really well. Questing Knights just can't get away from all these Furies, and the Flesh Hounds are hounding them too. This is why I like Flesh Hounds and Furies in this matchup. They're just ripping apart this elite greatsword cavalry unit, and the investment's fairly minimal. I mean, the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis are going to be able to do some respectable damage here, but it's going to take them a little bit of time to get through the Flesh Hounds. Flesh Hounds are very effective against Knights Errant, because the Knights Errant are reliant on a charge bonus and don't really have amazing stats outside of that. They are going to fix here for Alberic and the Hippogriff Knights, though, who have been used very well. Those guys are the real MVPs this game. The Questing Knights and the Knights Errant have been the real lacking points for Bretonia here. Bring out another Flesh Hound? I just don't see Flesh Hounds as the way to go right now. They don't win decisively in any of the mobility engagements right now. They're good mass, so having like one to help the Corngors is nice. Just play a little bit more carefully with them. This one out here died for a pretty worthy cause, I would say. Bretonia's just run out of steam for dealing with the middle objective, and they really need to play heavily into the mobility game now. But Corngors are going to rapidly crowd out the opportunities to play the objectives. Corngors are quick, great halberd shock units. They're vulnerable to terror, but with the Flesh Hounds to provide mass, it's going to be kind of hard for the Hippogriffs and for Alberic to get those kind of engagements where they just like dive bomb the rear of the Corngors for free and then terror route them off the field. That's a problem in this matchup oftentimes. But Khorne is just way too sauced up. They've got Warrior Wall in the middle. They've got Minotaurs rotating to the outside. Skulltaker is a little out of position here, and the Corngors maybe a little bit too slow getting over. Flesh Hounds are holding up all right. You get a nice horn going down on the Corngors. They do pile in. Flesh Hounds collapsing on the Holy Wardens, and a really nice, what is this? The Trident, the Wrath of Manon, hitting the Corngors, lowering their leadership by quite a bit, but Skulltaker, with his leadership buffs, nullifying any real advantage that Bretonia might be able to glean from the leadership debuffing that the Trident provides. And this just ends up being a massive blob fight, and with the Minotaurs on the back of the Knights and the Hippogriffs, there's nowhere to escape to now. Like, they've got a small avenue to peel out of here between the Corngors and the Minotaurs. Skulltaker's kind of in the middle of all of that, blocking a lot of these guys. They're pretty much all dead now. That's, I mean, truth be told, this is about what you want to do as Khorne in this matchup. Close off space with halberds, bring your Warrior Wall, and just make sure Bretonia can't do anything about it. I will say that Mounted Yeomen would have been a really good addition. They are always super annoying. They can poke down halberds fairly effectively. Lots of people get really antsy and they like use Furies and Flesh Hounds to try and chase down and kill Mounted Yeoman archers, which is almost always a mistake. What Bretonia could have brought here is, I don't really know. Really don't know. They just didn't have a way to deal damage to the armored warriors. Skull Crushers with 1400. There were a couple of times they could have been used a little bit better, but they were still very effective, all things considered. For how deep they ended up going, they still got 1400 value. Corngors were solid. The Flesh Hounds and the Furies did okay. Maybe be a little bit more careful about summoning them out. I think this is too many Flesh Hounds. 2 is plenty. just play more cautiously with them, and instead of bringing this Fleshhound, you can do another Skull Crusher. Get rid of the Heralds. You don't need this anti-infantry unit in this matchup. There's nothing that Bretonnia has that's that big of a threat for them to deal with. Just get another Skull Crusher or a Minotaur or something, and then you can maybe round out with a couple more Khorngors in lieu of these Fleshhounds, because the Khorngors are really good in just massive numbers. They crowd out all of the space on the battlefield, especially on the objectives. Bretonnia has awful cap weight, so if they want to play the cap game endlessly, that's always going to end up being advantaged for you as Khorne. Thanks for playing, Renataki. You did great, dude. Skaven Bretonian Alliance. Unbeatable cavalry protecting Skaven artillery with night runners everywhere. That sounds miserable, like genuinely brutal. You know, there haven't really been a lot of 2v2 tournaments. I don't know if there's anybody who'd be interested in playing a tournament like that. I'm gonna start a little poll just to get a feel for this. I personally am very interested. I'd need to formulate a rule set because I'd like it to be fairly thematic. You know, I don't want to just have like people cheese out like the absolute most broken strong strategies. I'd like to see some like, you know, chaos fighting, like Khorne and Nurgle team up, rare but does happen. You know, like Empire and the High Elves fighting together against, like, Norska or Beastmen or something like that. I'll see if I can work out a rule set that makes it engaging and also manages that. The Trebuchet would have been good. You just don't see the Trebuchets because they're honestly pretty hard to protect. They're inaccurate as hell, and they don't punish all that well either. The Trebuchets just fire slow as dirt, man, and by the time you've killed a unit with a Trebuchet, Khorne is just going to be trotting up another replacement. You know, they'll bring up another, like, Halberd Warrior, or they'll bring out another Khorngor. It's kind of hard to break all that down. It doesn't usually work out too hot. If you overcommit into the... Another thing is if you overcommit into Trebuchets and Khorne brings a ton of mobility, then you're even more screwed because now you've committed to defending artillery that have no targets to shoot at. And Khorne does go fairly mobility heavy against Bretonnia too. What's his name? Tried running a few, but couldn't get signups. I think for tournaments like that, you probably just need to pour a little bit more attention into the discords and like go genuinely find people and rally them up for it. And I think you probably need to plan it farther out. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna take some notes. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Let me open up that Google Drive doc. I just want to jot this down so I don't forget about it, because I 100% am the type of person whose ADHD just means I come up with an idea, and then I just totally forget about it and never get started on it, even though I'm interested in it. I also think 2v2s would be good to maybe even bring in people who don't even want to do 1v1s, because when you're playing with a buddy, it just makes things a lot more engaging, so I'll actually look into it. Alright, I'm done doing all my note-taking and writing. Let's see if we can get one more good game in before we go. Let's see what we've got here. I actually would love to see Tomb King Skaven. Tomb King Skaven is rough for the Skaven. I don't know if there's any chance that Corsair would be able to win that. The problem with Skaven is their leadership sucks, and there's fear on everything, which means that, you know, you look at a Skaven slave losing 8 leadership on 35, losing almost 25% of their leadership right off the bat is rough, buddy. What other replays did I download? Let me take a moment to check. Go skip those two. A few more here. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's so tempting. We've seen a lot of corn, though, today. We've seen a lot of vampire counts, too. Let's actually give Tesla and Kiyoshi some time in the sun. I haven't watched either of these guys today. These are two very well-made armies, for the most part. The one thing I would say is that this is probably too much infantry for the Tomb Kings. Tomb King's infantry is, quite frankly, just bad. I don't think Nehekara warriors are good against the lizards. They either get shot to death by chameleon skinks, or they get ground to dust by Saurus. Tomb Guard are a much better option. You can just have the Tomb Guard and cut the warriors. Instead of all these Nehekara warriors, you bring skeleton horse archers. Either that, or hear me out. So cut all these Nehekara warriors, cut the skeleton archers as well, and get two skeleton archer chariots. Because I don't see people use them enough. The skeleton archer chariots are super strong. They do a ton of damage. So we got Krokgar. He's rocking the Hand of the Gods. Swiftness of Itzel is on him, which isn't a bad idea. If he gets caught in anything, he can pop that and then wheel out of there. It's very disruptive to formations. Gives him a massive speed buff, too. Which gets him up to around 90-something, 95 or 6 or so. Makes it very easy for him to disengage. Find a new position, or just keep up pressure on Cetra, potentially. If you're gonna bring Cetra on a kitty cat sphinx, then don't bother with the crown and unyielding will. He's not going to be in positions long enough for either of these items to really be all that impactful. It is nice that the radius on them is so big, but I am just never really that impressed by any additional value from those extra stats. It's like a Mortis engine, but without the heal and without the perfect vigor, and I just don't know if +5/+5 is impactful without the other conditional modifiers. Like, I guess if you've got money for it, it's fine. But the thing about this is that you cut both of these abilities, you've got 400 gold, and you get a Skeleton Horseman. And you can cap an objective early so that you're not so far behind on points. Because points always end up being the problem for the Tomb Kings. Almost invariably, like, the infantry cap problems that they have are just so obnoxiously difficult to work around that ends up being their biggest foible. And the Lizardmen have great cap weight. I mean, they have Skinks. Skinks are 325 gold of 5 cap weight with solid leadership. It's not great leadership, but it's okay. You get a really good volume of fire coming in on the Tomb Guard while they're engaged. While they're engaged in melee combat, no silver shield for you. You're going to get filled full of blow darts here. You can see the chameleons piling them in very nicely. Archers did get blinded for a moment by the solar engine. Solar engine's a little out of position. You want to be poking Cetra with those things. Their AP damage isn't incredible, but it's still decent at, you know, you got the 108 armor piercing, missile damage, and then the explosive damage still does chip away at the HP on Cetra. Focusing him down also protects your Saurus, and your Saurus are getting munched on by the kitty cat. You cannot leave War Sphinxes to do this to your infantry. You need something a little bit more stalwart than that. This is actually going pretty well for the Tomb Kings. Part of that is just this Saurus warrior out in the middle of nowhere, and this one being isolated, fighting Cetra with absolutely no help whatsoever. Terror Route goes down on those guys. Krokgar is fighting the wrong target. There's no point in attacking the archers. He should be defending your infantry from Cetra's pressure. Because Cetra will just continue to farm value on all these Saurus. He's already up to almost 500 value. You bring in some Cold Wind Riders, which is nice, but it'd be much better to have a Spear Rider. Because Spears have a massive bonus versus large. They would do much better damage in a sustained fight against Cetra. And Cetra's actually kind of clowning on the Cold Wind Riders right now. He's chipping them down fairly effectively here. That's without the benefit of the spells. The spells have been pretty slow in the coming from Tesla. You pop into Syrians on a Cold One Rider who's beat up like this, and they'll basically be on death's door by the time it's all said and done. Skeleton Spears getting a little chip damage. You've got the Solar Engines poking from a million miles away. Doing what they can to clean up some of the Tomb Guard, but it's not really the best use of their time. There's a few things that Kiyoshi probably should clean up on the build priority here. I don't hate double Solar Engine and Krokgar, but I can't help but feel like what you could probably do and have just as much, if not more, success with, instead of going with the Krokgar double Solar Engine, bring a Fire Slan so that you can just delete the Tomb Guard and the Nekar warriors in the front line. Do the same to the Skeleton Archers, given the right opportunity. And then you just bring stuff out to keep Cetra off of the Slan. And the Solar Engines can just pound Cetra from afar. And if your opponent doesn't do anything about it, their whole front line's going to get killed by Burning Head. And they won't be able to do anything about it. Their Sepulchral Stalkers are too short range. Bastillodons are pretty good against Ushabti Greatbows as well. And you'll be able to pour out Spear Riders, who can also be a little bit more aggressive at that point. Because you'll have more answers in the front line, you'll have more answers for Cetra, if you just use the Solar Engines to like focus them down, debuffing his stats like crazy as well. Because Cetra has pretty bad stats on the Sphinx. If he's blinded, then he's losing 24-24, right? Yeah. And that will put him down to, like, basically no melee defense. Melee attack will be in the teens. And that's where your Cold Wind Riders can really compromise him and rip him to pieces. Fire Leech Bolt is coming in. I never find them to be all that effective. I've tried using them against Tomb Kings before, and they were very lackluster. Just don't really think this is their matchup, even though they do have fire damage, and they do really good work against like lightly armored infantry. It just comes down to another circumstance where there's like better, more efficient options elsewhere on the roster. Finally shooting Cetra a little bit. He is getting focused. You got the Spear Riders on top of him now. Their leadership is not amazing. They've taken quite a bit of damage, but maybe they can help finish him off. Seems like Kiyoshi is getting a little unlucky with the way his Spear Riders are like piling into combat. Finally getting a good surround on Cetra here. Can they kill him here? That's the big question. You get a nice hit against the archers, debuffing their accuracy, keeping them on the back foot. Salamander Hunting Pack, prioritizing the wrong target, shooting infantry at not what they're best at. I mean, they do okay damage to them. Just shoot Cetra instead next time. He may be armored, but he's not so heavily armored, especially with him being debilitated. That means he's lost a lot of armor. And even at 90 armor, or 95, it still leaves room for the base weapon damage on the Salamander Hunting Packs to do good work, and they have okay AP at a distance. With the addition of the bonus versus large, upping their weapon strength a further 26, with the split on the AP and base missile damage being equal, or I guess I should say proportional. You're talking about a unit that, even against armored big stuff, have just as much success there. It's just more pressure on the carry piece. Like, Cetra just can't be allowed to run rampant like this. The Eyes of the Desert haven't really been impactful. It's really just been Cetra and the steady to continued presence of the infantry. The infantry have not been terrible this game for the Tomb Kings. They gave a lot of time for the back pressure to get cleaned up, and I think that was also a overly aggressive push onto the number 1. I mean, you did get it for quite a while, but how did the Stalkers do? Stalkers doing okay. Actually getting a little bit over their price tag there. Gotta get some stuff over here. There is a value lead for Kiyoshi Warrior now. Now that, you know, you've put pressure on Cetra here, and most of the infantry is gone, maybe this is where you can see a bit of a counter push from the Lizardmen. Still need to kill the Eyes of the Desert. You cannot leave this unit alive. If you can rally up a Skink cohort and then duo that with Salamanders supporting fire and then a Cold One Rider or a Feral Cold One, you should be able to take them down. They're fairly squishy, actually. Especially in melee. Eyes of the Desert are just awful in melee combat. If they don't have their bonus versus large putting in like extra work in melee combat, then they just can't do anything. Their stats are too low otherwise. Cetra got attacked by Krokgar. Is able to escape. One Hand of the Gods honestly would be worth it to kill him, although he does start crumbling again. And down goes Cetra. Krokgar has gotten 1,300 value, which is pretty damn good. You definitely need to get these chameleons off the field, unsummon them, get the Bastillodons over here to get on that point. This is not the time to lose focus as the Lizardmen. This is actually your best chance to get back in this game. There's still time. You just don't want to lose momentum. Summon out your anti-large options and get to work on these Sepulchral Stalkers and these Ushabti, and be very discerning about when and where you're pushing into the Ushabti Great Bows. Skeleton Archers have been okay. They've honestly been running around a lot more than I would like. Generally speaking, Archers should just not be maneuvering nearly as much as these are. They've been running back and forth between these points a lot. Just keeping them set up here on the number 3, or on the number 2, I should say, would be a little bit better for them. It'll give them more opportunities to actually be shooting. And they would have had a little bit more, they would have been supporting the front line a little bit more if they just stayed over here. Hand of the Gods goes down. Does pretty decent damage to the archers. Nothing stupendous, though. Krokgar just continuing to grind, man. Kiyoshi, I think, really is kind of starting to take this game over. This is the age-old problem. You're in the late game as Tomb Kings. You don't have any cap weight anymore. Your opponent managed to grind down all of your infantry. They're taking all of the objectives because you can't hold on to anything. So you have to summon out more warriors and such. But then your opponent just keeps bringing out infantry and overwhelming you in numbers. If you spend the time to summon out the Ushabti, then you've got to you've basically got to re-engage in the value trade game and find a way back into it. And if you don't have infantry cover for the Ushabti, then they get run over by all of your opponent's counters to them, like the Cold Wind Riders and the Spear Riders and whatnot. And it can be really ugly. This is honestly almost mirroring exactly the game that I played against Tomb Kings when I was on Lizardmen. I had Oxyotl, though. Don't ask me why. I thought Oxyotl would be fun. He ended up being okay, but my front line buckled fairly quickly, and then it became like Tomb King stuffing me back for a bit before I was able to counter push and slowly win the points back. That's kind of been the modus operandi of the Lizards here. It's been slow going, but that back pressure actually ended up paying off a little bit by just keeping the points close for the Lizards. While Tesla was able to take the middle, lost to the number 1, eventually was able to push off the Chameleon Stalkers. Stalkers did hold for a long time, and pulled a lot of cavalry units off to the side points when they could have been over here sweeping up, routing lizard units, going after like the Chameleon Skinks, locking the Stylodons down so they couldn't be shooting Cetra. There's just not enough punching power. The Ushabti have done what they can. This Ushabti unit is grinding through Cold Wind Spear Riders, which is really not the fight for them. They're doing an okay job of holding. Lizards need to get all these units off this back point. They need to get up on the middle now. Or they could go for some cheeky back pressure. It looks like the Chameleon Stalkers are going to be trying for a bit of a dive back there. We'll see how it goes. They could use something to support them. The Feral Cold Ones should just come up and bait like they're going to go to the middle and then break out onto the number 1 as soon as the Chameleon Stalkers get over there. I think you could see some pretty nasty business coming in here. You crumbled out all of the Scorpion Legion and everything. Leave this beat-up Chameleon Stalker here. Unsummon the Skinks. Both Solar Engines go to the middle. You got Saurus Warriors coming up. You can always summon something out of Vanguard for the number 3 if you need to. Nakar Horseman coming out from the far spawn. Nothing to help on the number 1 right now. Lizards are going to grab that, and it's not quite triple cap territory. It's damn close, but I think this cap on the number 1 could come in time for the Lizards to be able to swing this. Although these Stalkers stop moving out there. We do have the Skeleton Horsemen arriving in numbers now. Really nice charge. Chameleon Stalkers taking some pretty nasty damage. Oh my god, are the Lizards gonna be able to take the number 2? You get a bunch of Nakar warriors advancing up onto the point, and all 3 arrive, in fact, with a Tomb Guard. 2 Tomb Guard, actually. Gonna be able to hold this middle objective for a while still, man. The Feral Cold Ones are gonna lose a lot of momentum to the Nakar Horsemen, and the Chameleon Stalkers break out here on the number 1, so no cap. That's gonna be a death sentence. You need the triple cap. And you weren't able to get it. The Lizards were a little too occupied on that number 3 with all of those infantry, and it looks like Tesla's going to be walking away with a win. Really close fought. Both sides really swinging for the fences a couple of times here. Ending up being the undead sustainability that wins out here. Again, I think that Burning Head would have been better. I mean, it's almost always a good bet against Tomb Kings.
One of your
I
units
think it
has
would have been
destroyed.
especially effective, though, just because it would have made it so that the lizards didn't need to grind through
I knew
a
it.
million Tomb Guard and
Unending
Netkara
glory
warriors
is
early
yours.
on. I thought that would be a weak point for the Tomb Kings. Ended up being one of their fail safes for a win here. They honestly did really well across the board. Well, actually, now that I look at the Netkara warriors, they look like they didn't get that much done. The Tomb Guard were the real winners. I mean, 814, 865, 1033 archers were all right. Certainly survived long. I will give them that. Eyes of the Desert were okay, a little inefficient. Shopti Greatbow's up-traded, and the two Shopti were fine. Horsemen, fine. Just good, solid value across the board. Krokar was great. The Skinks were pretty mid, honestly. And the Solar Engines were actually kind of weak. Really surprising to see that. I just don't think that there were enough units to tackle the mobility and the Ushapti, the melee Shopti. I just don't think Cold One Riders are all that impactful here. You might as well cut the Fire Leech Bola and get both of these Cold One Riders to be Spear Riders, and I think you'd be better off, period. Feral Cold Ones with okay value, and the Chameleon Stalkers were okay. Chameleon Stalkers just can't operate independently. They've got all these resistances and funky stats that make you think that Chameleon Stalkers are like a die-hard commando unit almost, but they really don't measure up that way at the end of the day. Their leadership is just a little too fickle. 36 melee defense is okay, but not that great, and they don't do a lot of damage in melee with 26 melee attack. It's their precursor missile that's really good, so Chameleon Stalkers, really, the thing that I bring them for is a tech piece against enemy artillery. I like to bring them in the opening because you can Vanguard them very aggressively on a flank and just sneak around the edge of the map and get in under your opponent's nose and schwack their artillery crews, because the precursor missiles delete stuff like Cathay Grand Cannon crews or the Dowie artillery crews, Empire crews, bolt thrower crews for the elf factions. They can kill Skaven weapon teams pretty quickly. Oh, the Empire. The Empire is actually kind of cool. So, Lizard Chameleon Stalkers. Let me see if I can show it off. Let's actually go into a land battle real quick, and we'll go to battle for Itza. I'm going to show you what Chameleon Stalkers can be good for. Alright, at least I'm going to try. Hell are they? There they are. Let's get the Empire. Let's get a General on foot, and we'll get 3 War Wagons. See 3 War Wagons all the time against Empire. Oh my god. They're very fun. War Wagons are not annoying and frustrating to play into at all. Just do 3 Chameleon Stalkers into 3 War Wagons, and I'll show you. After I show you this, I'll probably dip out, because I do need to read up some more on the tournament tomorrow, which is going to be a really fun one, guys. I'll drop the deets in a comment on the VOD, and then we can, then you can check it out, and maybe sign up for it, because it's a Legendary Lords tournament. Netkara Warriors, Peace Up My Warriors on mid. It's a little different for Khorne. Khorne actually doesn't like fighting Netkara Warriors that much. Yeah, send me the 2v2 replays, dude. I'm interested to see them at the very least. 2 units of Doom Divers, 1,800 each. That's crazy. Yeah, for real. Yeah, the Lord Tourney is going to be sick tomorrow, guys. Please come join it and sign up. It is an incredibly unique format. We've already got a lot of people signed up for it, but we could use any additionals. You get to pick from any of the 100 legendary lords in the game is how it's going to work, and then you get a set number of units that you have to bring with the lords. So it's going to be some fairly off-meta stuff tomorrow, but still going to be really competitive. Anyways, and yes, skinks are not expendable. They have full cap weight, and they're obscenely fast, and they will 100% out-cap every faction in the game if you let them. Alright, let's see if it still works the same as I remember it. Seemed a lot less impactful than the last time I played. There you go, there's some good damage coming down. Yeah, I mean, look at the damage that Chameleon Stalkers do to war wagons. They can actually shred these things. And the thing about the Chameleon Stalkers, if you're using them against the war wagons for the Empire... Like, okay, I mean, you killed one war wagon, big whoop. Well, the thing about the war wagons, is the reason they're so strong for the Empire is they get their ammo refilled by engineers. And they stick around the battlefield for actual ages. It is miserable to play into. And you can use the Chameleon Stalker ammo against these things, and you can still have your backup with, like, salamanders to keep the war wagons honest. And then the Chameleon Stalkers can double against Free Company Militia and Spearmen and whatnot, because these guys actually have good enough stats to grapple with State Troopers. And they've got all this Phys-Res and missile resistance, so they're fairly safe to use into Free Company, because they can close the gap before they take any real damage. HP is like the only real weak point on the Stalkers with their leadership. And armor is kind of low too. I mean, really high damage units can hammer them pretty badly. If you want, you can take them off of fire at will, because precursor missiles, one of the things that you can do with precursor missiles is use them when you get really close in, and then you can throw them by clicking on the unit to, like, charge. Because if you take them off fire at will, they only attack the unit that they're charging. So there are actually ways to preserve the ammo and use it a little more efficiently. But, I mean, honestly, just deleting one war wagon with a bunch of Chameleon Stalkers, you can see they got fairly good value just from killing the one. You can throw them in against your enemy's front line and do damage, and then your opponent has one less kite piece to harass you with. And war wagons are really good against lizards. They are not an uncommon sight, because they punish big monsters really hard. They also shoot down the Cold One Spear Riders pretty viciously too. Thought it was today. Nah, it's tomorrow, man. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm gonna be casting that as well. I'll check out your Khorne Tomb Kings game off stream, Piston, and if it's really good, then I'll cast it for a separate video. I've gotta go study up a little more for the Legendary Lords tournament, and then also eat. I'm starving. Skull Cannon is bugged. They won't fire at all, even if you target them. If you have fire at will off and they are in melee mode, they did patch the Skull Cannons. Skull Cannons used to fire literally directly in front of them in melee, which was really stupid. It was like the same minimum range bug as like the Iron Demons with the trains on them. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'll check it out anyways. The Skull Cannons are patched now. They still fire in melee if you give them orders to have fire at will on, but the Skull Cannons were never a precursor unit to begin with. Because of the Skull Cannons, like, tagging in-game, they don't count. The Skull Cannons don't have a precursor missile, They're just a regular artillery piece. The Soul Grinder, though, functions the same way as the Chameleon Stalkers, because this is a precursor missile weapon. If you have it on fire at will, it just shoots at whatever is close or gets it the most value. If you have it off fire at will, then it only fires when you give it a charge order. This thing has an obscene amount of ammunition, though. Yeah, play around with the Soul Grinder, guys. It's a cool unit. It's actually kind of good, if you know how to use it right. They are. Precursor missiles are programmed differently from standard missile units. You don't get an option to target with the missile and have your unit sit still. They charge down the enemy and throw their missiles as they close the gap. So it's a little bit like the Roman legion's pilums, or pila, that they would use back in the day, where they would like kind of close the gap on their opponent and then throw their big, heavy brass javelins that would like destroy shields and obviously kill people. I mean, they were huge and very, very damaging. So that's kind of how you want to think about precursor missiles. Just read the tooltips. The tooltips actually do give you a decent description of everything. You know, they're not always the most accurate in reality to how a unit should be used. But they generally give you a pretty good idea of, like, the ways that you should be prioritizing units and how they should function. Anyways, I think that's going to do it for me. Feel myself running out of steam. I really appreciate you guys checking the stream out. I'll catch you guys on the next one. And I'll work on coming up with some kind of format for 2v2s. People do seem fairly interested in it, so I'm going to save that. Anyways, peace out, guys. Y'all take care. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Seriously, sign up for the Legendary Lords tournament. It's going to be an absolute blast, and it's not going to be a super sweaty mess fest.